7 years ago, I was in Brussels. I was preparing to apply for a job, and I wanted to know everything about the implementation of the Biocidal Products Regulation. I was looking for information. I found a recording of the ECHA Biocides Day, and it provided me everything I needed to know about the progress, what are the issues, what should I know. So I hope that this day will be as useful to you as it was back then to me. And without further ado, I would now like to give the floor to the Executive Director of ECHA, Mrs. Sharon McGuinness. Sorry.
Thank you, Peter, and good morning, everyone. It's lovely to see a full room. I always like in-person events because it makes us feel actually we're talking and dealing with people out there. So it's really good to see everybody here. Delighted also to welcome all of the listeners in online today as well. This is obviously our first workshop in some time. I think the last one was in 2019, and obviously a lot has happened since 2019. No, indeed, if you think back and what happened in the middle of that, something called disinfectants became a really big hot topic. It probably was Biocide's moment for several years there, in the sense that everybody was talking about the need for disinfectants. And so they probably never realized there was biocides in their life, but clearly it was. And we see the importance of the sector and the work that you do in biocides regulation to ensure that people have the products they need, but equally have safe products at the end of the day. So today's objective is really to bring people together. It brings us together from the ECHA side, from the Commission side, from the Member State side, and the industry stakeholders. It requires a lot of engagement amongst us all to make sure that we help deliver what it is we need to do in relation to the science required for regulating biocides and putting biocidal products and putting them on the market. So, as I said, there's about 150, I'd say, in the room here, and we're hoping about 600 more or so online, which is a great reflection of the importance of the sector. Well, we have a range of topics on the agenda today. They include, for example, active substance approval, focusing on the review programme, which I know there's lots of interest in and lots of comments about, and we're experiencing several challenges in that area, and I think it's important that we also have the opportunity to discuss that here today. We'll also talk here today about our IT development, where you will hear about the plans we have in relation to Biocide's IT tools. As you know, we do a lot of other topics in ECHA, not just on biocides, but on other areas where our IT tools and services play a big part, and that's something we're very keen to ensure that Biocides also has the necessary tools and services on the IT side to make your work, everybody's work, easier and more transparent and consistent across the board. And of course, we'll talk about product authorizations and talking indeed about the first 10 years in relation to the union authorizations. How is that going? How are people feeling the progress there? And again, what issues or challenges or opportunities we have in relation to that. We also outside have a number of different stands for you to engage with. So again, on similar themes, the union, the active substance and union authorizations. We talk a little bit more about IT tools, guidance, and indeed something that's coming up called One Substance, One Assessment. If you're following the regulatory co-decision developments, that's a topic that obviously will be there in the future as well across a range of legislation. And not only are we here in a kind of collective group to discuss what's going on amongst us, but you also have tomorrow a range of opportunities individually to talk one-on-one with colleagues here from ECHA who are available to discuss particular issues, and as well a training and demonstration session on IT tools. So we really hope you take full advantage of what's on offer today, not just listening to the speakers, which obviously will give you a huge range of inputs, information, perspectives, but equally amongst your colleagues who are sitting here today, because again, the value of these in-person events is not just often, as I said, listening to the speakers, but really talking and sitting beside somebody and hearing their perspectives and discussing issues and challenges that you might have as well. We know that BPR in itself is facing challenges around implementation. The review programme is only halfway through and its deadline has been postponed again. So really there is a backlog, we know, in the processing also of union authorisations. So there are those facts, and that's something that I think we all know and acknowledge. But there are also some positive developments too, for example, and several decisions have been taken to simplify the implementation. But really, in the key to all of this is what will be the collaboration between all of the different players involved in the regulation. Here we have a new strategy statement. Our vision is chemical safety through science, collaboration and knowledge. And I think that's very true as well for the Biocide side. The collaboration here between, as I said, the different parties, the authorities, the industry, agency, commission, but equally then the basis of the science and the knowledge that we have to make sure that biocidal products can be put safely on the market and be used by everybody. So from this perspective today, I hope will give you that opportunity. It'll give an opportunity, as I said, for good and open dialogue and discussion. And I hope at the end of the day, we all learn more from each other, but equally learn what we can do maybe better in places, what's working well. Sometimes we often talk about what doesn't work, which is fine and understandable. But let's talk also about what is working, and let's maybe focus then on where we have the opportunity to further support and ensure that we can get biocidal products onto the market as quickly and as safely as possible. So with that, wishing you all a successful day. Thank you to all the speakers for coming in today to give your time and your expertise. And I really hope you get the most out of the day, ask lots of questions, talk to lots of people. And as I said, thank you all for being here. Thank you to all my colleagues on the ECHA side who have taken the preparation, put the preparation together, put the logistics together. But in reality, none of these events work unless we have audience participation. And looking around, I'm really hoping, and I'm pretty assured that we will have that today. So thank you for that. Enjoy the day, and we will talk to you again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. McGuinness, for these introductory words. We have now as a next speaker an online speaker, Dr. Klaus Behrendt, Director of Food Safety, Sustainability and Innovation from DG Santé, and he will be talking about the EU policy on biocides. So I hope that we have Klaus online. Klaus, are you there?
Yes, Peter, I am. Yeah, good morning. Yeah, thank you for the introduction, and welcome to everybody, or good morning to everybody in Helsinki. I regret very much that I couldn't travel to Helsinki for this day, but colleagues from the responsible unit are present, including in particular also Ludovic Châtelain, who heads the work of the responsible unit for the implementation of the Biocidal Products Regulation. And I can only echo Sharon's call on all to use the opportunity for direct discussion if that is desired, and if you have things that you will want to bring to the attention of my colleagues. Now, I was asked to start with a presentation putting a bit the Biocidal Products Regulation in the context of regulations of chemicals in the EU in general. And you are certainly all aware that we have in the European Union a very sophisticated and developed framework for dealing with chemicals, either in a horizontal cross-cutting way, such as via the REACH regulation or the regulation classification, labeling and packaging of chemicals, or indeed a raft of sector-specific, product-specific legislation, such as regulations on plant protection products, on the biocidal products, on food additives or feed additives, detergent, cosmetic products, and so on. So among these sector-specific, product-specific regulations, the Biocidal Product Regulation is among those with the highest demands, probably together with the Plant Protection Products Regulation, just second to what is required for medicinal products for human use. So it is a demanding and complicated framework. It has high ambitions, including a harmonization of the rules among member states for the making available on the market of biocidal products, a very high level of protection of human health, animal health, and the environment. Of course, it also looks at efficacy of active substances in biocidal products in order to avoid that chemicals are used for no good purpose. All in all, these admittedly complicated rules that are set up by the regulation are reflecting the fact that on the one hand, there is a recognized need for the use of biocidal products, and Sharon already alluded to the disinfectants, but obviously that is also true for many other products such as wood preservatives or other material preservatives, the rodenticides, insecticides, and so forth. So there is clearly a need for the products in order to have society function in a good and orderly way. But on the other hand, of course, the active substances are designed and have the intention to have impacts on living organisms, and therefore there is a need for a strict regulatory oversight. The bigger context for chemicals and for the chemicals legislation has evolved over the years. And on this slide, I put some of the key milestones for the last 6 years, which is the mandate of the previous commission and the current one. I think you're all familiar with these big milestones, such as the European Green Deal, which was adopted in December 2019, just at the start of the von der Leyen I Commission. Then almost a year later, we had the Chemical Strategy for Sustainability with its announcements for action, some of which are already implemented in the Biocidal Products Regulation, such as what is called in the strategy the generic risk approach, or a hazard-based approach for the most hazardous substances. In May 2021, the Commission adopted the Zero Pollution Action Plan. Again, high ambitions as regards eliminating pollution of the environment by chemicals. And then in December 2023, we presented a proposal or a set of proposals in the spirit of a one substance, one assessment approach that had been also presented in the chemicals strategy via a proposal for a regulation establishing a common data platform on chemicals. Sharon already mentioned in her introductory remark the work of ECHA in this regard, which is also central to this proposal. We have also, as part of the package, a proposal for reattribution of scientific and technical tasks and improving cooperation among the union agencies in the area of chemicals, with in particular a set of new tasks for ECHA to come. And that is, on the one hand, a sign of the trust that the Commission has in the work of ECHA. On the other hand, also an attempt to work towards rationalization and efficiency in the work on regulating chemicals, in particular assessing their risks as a basis for risk managers to take decisions. You're also aware that last year the CLP regulation was revised, notably to include new hazard classes on endocrine disruption and PBT, VPVB. And then the REACH revision has been under discussion already for quite some time, and that is still ongoing, with a proposal being prepared by our colleagues in DG GROW and DG Environment. And then lastly, in February this year, the Commission adopted the competitiveness compass for the EU, which is not only relevant and specific for chemicals, but for industrial competitiveness in general, but we all know that the chemicals industry is an important part of the fabric of industry in the EU, and this competitiveness compass is directly relevant also for it. And it is a reflection of a higher emphasis on the need to keep European industry competitive in comparison with other regions of the world. And that is true for all sectors of industry. Now, let's look at the implementation of the BPR and where it stands. And I have a few slides on that, not a fully comprehensive picture, but some snapshots, if you will. And Sharon already mentioned it, and it's no secret, the implementation is not as it was expected originally, but indeed some important progress has been made. This slide shows you the number of the decisions on approvals and non-approvals of active substance product type combinations over the years. The expectation in the beginning was we would have around 50 decisions per year in order to complete the review program of existing active substances within the originally foreseen timeline, 10 years, just as a reminder. And as you can see on the slide, that was achieved, that target of 50 decisions or more was achieved only once in 2016, but in none of the other years. And that is the reason, the main reason for the fact that today, more than 20 years after the launch of the review program, only about half of the decisions expected have been taken. Looking at the situation per product type, we have on this slide the bars that show that actually only for 3 of the product types all decisions are taken. For a couple of others, a majority of the decisions is taken, but for many, still the majority of the decisions on approvals outstanding, and they have not been taken yet because the assessment work is not completed. And that, of course, is overall not satisfactory, because it means that products and substances stay on the market without them having been fully assessed for safety. On the other hand, for one of the product types where everything was done relatively quickly, and product type 14, the rodenticides, we are now already in the second renewal cycle. So this clearly shows the imbalance of the situation that is therefore not satisfactory. Looking at the number of product authorizations, you have in the left of the slide the numbers of products authorized by the member states under national authorization, and on the right part the numbers of products authorized in union authorization. The figures are counted in such a way that every counting corresponds to one product and not necessarily to one decision in an authorization. So if there are several products in the biocidal products family, each of them is counted in these figures. However, on the other hand, if a product is authorized in several member states, the product is only counted one. And if products have different trade names, it is also counted only once. It's clear that the overall numbers are impressive, and that is one of the positives that should also be mentioned, as Sharon rightly said. So we have we have more than 14,000 products authorized at national level, either via standalone national authorizations or via mutual recognition or via simplified authorizations. And around 600 products are authorized under union authorization, which in itself is also positive news, because I remember when the provisions for union authorizations were introduced, and in particular the fees and the costs for that, the opinion was this is prohibitive, there will be no union authorizations. But actually we see there is a significant number, and many more are in the workflow and in processing today. So this slide has the overall combination of what you saw on the previous one. So almost 15,000 products authorized. The precise number is 14,704. This is very high. If you think that only 50% of the review program for the existing active substances has been completed. So maybe the overall figure, if everything, when all substances are approved, will then be in the order of 30,000 or more, which is really a lot, and a reflection of the diversity of the products that are regulated by the Biocidal Products Regulation. So, as already mentioned, when we think of the objectives that I had on one of the first slides of the BPR, we have today achieved at least partially harmonization via approvals and product authorization. And here, maybe it's also worth mentioning that in the context of the national authorizations, we have a very active coordination group among the member states authorities where many cases are discussed, where member states bring up comments or concerns about product authorizations initially granted. And the good news is that these divergences of views are almost always resolved at the level of the group, and only very few cases come to the Commission for taking a final decision. So that shows that the ambition and the objective of harmonization is in the process of being achieved. Not so positive, already mentioned, that only half of the review program has been completed after what is already more than the double time that was originally foreseen. And Sharon already mentioned that we had to extend the review program for that reason several times, and it now is scheduled to end in December 2030. We also know all the reasons for the delays, and these were very well set out in an implementation report that the Commission presented to Council and Parliament a couple of years ago. The delays are primarily due to the Member States authorities not being able to deliver assessment reports for active substances, and also delays in the procedures for granting national authorizations afterwards in mutual recognition, and also in the evaluation of applications for union authorizations. And this is not meant to be a finger-pointing exercise, it's just a very factual analysis of the situation. The reason for the delays are lack of resources in member states, but applicants also bear the share of the responsibility by not providing additional data when they are requested by member states in the process of the evaluation within the foreseen timelines. And then the processes have become more complicated over the years with the development of additional, more sophisticated guidance. And one event in 2018, the adoption of the new criteria for identifying endocrine disrupting properties, that has definitely been an additional factor in creating delays. The regulation, or the implementing the regulation, already also has a lot of day-to-day challenges that could not all be foreseen at the time when it was adopted. Many things need to be discussed between the competent authorities and agreed on how to approach them. And we have a very active group of member state competent authorities where also industry and other stakeholders participate as observers and contributors to the discussions. So we are all aware of these, where many points regarding interpretation, harmonization of approaches, clarifications and refinements are discussed. And I've put some of them here on the slide, but I'm not going to mention them all individually. I think you are familiar with them. And then we had indeed, Sharon also mentioned, a number of crises that led to particular attention on the one hand to biocides, but on the other hand also to further complications. First and foremost, of course, the COVID-19 pandemic, but we also see an increase of vector-borne diseases via mosquitoes appearing in Europe as a consequence of and spreading as a consequence of climate change, where again the role of biocides is very important. Each of these are an occasion to make biocides more prominent, give more attention to them, but on the other hand, also they require, again, resources to be dealt with and to be solved. So we keep going with the member states, with you as stakeholders, in particular via this expert group of the competent authorities, to continue making improvements and finding solutions and making efforts to make things more efficient. On this slide, I put some of the ongoing activities in that regard, revision of the regulation on the review program in order to make some of the procedural steps shorter and more efficient, and the same for other regulations that govern processes such as the renewal of authorizations granted by mutual recognition, or same biocidal products. And I put it on the slide as well deliberately, a change to the fee regulation, where we have proposed, after many, many years of not increasing them, an increase to align with inflation that has been particularly high in 2-3 years ago. I'm very much aware that this is never welcome news for companies who have to pay the fees. But on the other hand, ECHA is dependent for a part of its functioning on the income from fees, the rest being financed by a subsidy from taxpayers' money. And to quote Milton Keynes, there ain't no free lunch. Somebody has to pay the costs that are related to the work of ECHA. And the regulators department, the council, decided that a share of that should come from applicants, from companies. So this adjustment of the fees is a reflection of the increased costs that need to be shouldered by someone. And then we are also working with our colleagues in Grow and Environment on the new founding regulation for ECHA to make its administrative structure and the financing a bit clearer and more coherent also for biocides. Now, looking ahead, we have announced that we will launch a full evaluation of the Biocidal Products Regulation this year. And this will really be a very thorough assessment of the functioning of the BPR according to the better regulation guidelines of the Commission, which will ask questions such as, is the regulation efficient? Is it effective? Is it fit for purpose? Is it still relevant? Has it EU added value? And depending on the outcome of this evaluation, we will also consider whether changes are necessary. And if so, then an impact assessment will be prepared to accompany a possible legislative proposal. You will all be consulted in the process of this evaluation. On the one hand, we are a study that we will give to an outside contractor, but also various public or targeted consultations via online tools so that everybody has a chance to contribute to this. And the very first step to launch all of this is also a so-called implementation dialogue with Commissioner Várhelyi. And this is a new tool that was introduced by President von der Leyen in this new commission. Every commissioner will have 2 of these dialogues with stakeholder representatives. And the Biocidal Products Regulation has been selected as the first one for our commissioner. And the date that still needs to be 100% confirmed is 15th of July. And we will work with the industry associations to identify, and also with NGO stakeholder organizations to identify the participants for this implementation dialogue. The whole process will take some time, and in the meantime, there's still a need to progress with the implementation of the current regulation, and that is here on my last slide. The actions that are also needed by you, by the stakeholders. Keep yourself informed and abreast of developments via the professional associations that are part of the processes in ECHA and in the Commission. The key to success for applicants is always the quality of the dossier, of the application dossier, and a good preparation. So contact the competent authorities to have pre-submission meetings and dialogues during the assessment when that is needed. Again, ensure the quality and the completeness of your file. And if additional data is requested, submit it on time. Again, I want to emphasize that while change might come in the future, for the time being, the current implementation has to continue. And on this slide, a couple of links where you can find information, further information. I'm sure that many of you are familiar with these. And with that, I would like to thank you for your attention. And I hope that you will have a very productive and successful day in Helsinki. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Klaus. And also to remind you that indeed Klaus's colleagues are available here today as well for further exchanges with you. Before we move to the first session, some practical information. I hope we have a slide on that as well. We have Wi-Fi in the room. The information can be provided on the slide. Please wear your badge when you are here around. Lunch and coffee will be provided outside the room at the right time. Please do not bring any drinks into the room or food into the room, except when you have bottled water, for instance. The meeting will be recorded. I already referred to that earlier. And there might be a photographer around taking pictures. If you don't want to be in the picture, please notify the photographer that this is the case. So with that, we move on to the first session, which will be focusing on active substances. What is the approval process? What is the progress there? And the first speaker there is Claudio Calon. Claudio is head of unit at ECHA, focusing on the active substances. So I give the floor now to Claudio.
Thank you, Peter. And good morning, everybody. This is my first stakeholder day. Happy to be here. My presentation indeed would be on the review program. And I will start with this photo. They say that represent quite well the review program in a way that there are many that are awaiting the race to finish, but there are some difficulties for all the bike racer to go straight to the finish line. The train is not very plain, but it's very exciting, and we are all into it. I will provide some insight on the review program progress, some statistics, maybe on top of what Klaus has already provided. I will talk about the action that have been agreed and the challenges ahead. So I will start in a nutshell. What has been said, we are around half the way with the review program. Only in April 2025. This is why there's been an extension of the review program to 2030. In combination of that, competent authorities agreed on action to accelerate the review program, and we have some challenges ahead that I will illustrate further. So looking more closer to the progress, so around 50% of the substances, for around 50%, a decision has been taken, approval, non-approval, and there are around 300 substance prototype combination for which the evaluation is still ongoing. We have around 4% for which the BPC has already delivered an opinion, but it was not yet decided by the Commission. The decision is not always straightforward. There are in some cases also requests for complementary information. What is not said, but I thought it was interesting, that there have been also a bunch of substances that have been withdrawn or terminated in due time. They are not included in the pie chart, so the progress could have a better figure in that case. But what matters is that we have around 300 substances to go. As it has been introduced by Klaus, and most of you know, the PT, the prototype, have been ranked by priority, and this has worked to the extent that the first priority is almost completed. The list of the lower priority is far for being completed. Then the question could be how many approval or non-approval have been. Well, in our calculation, around 13% of the case went for non-approval, but there are a number of cases for which the approval was limited, restricted. Looking at the opinion of the committee for here, per year, and here we have any type of opinion, also not only the first approval, but also the renewal and the new substances. But new substances, we have very few per year, only 1, 2 maximum. This is the trend. And well, the limiting factor is the submission of an assessment report by the evaluating member state, after which the committee has 270 days to deliver an opinion. And we see that in 2014, 2016, we had quite a good output, above 40, then a sharp drop in relation also to the introduction of the information requirement for the endocrine disruptors, and then a recovery, but not to the expected 50, around 20, and even lower number in 2023, 2024, in spite of the fact that we were approaching the deadline of the review program. And this year we expect something like 22 opinion to be delivered. But I want to bring your attention to the fact that this year we will have around 11 opinion on renewal, and 4 were last year and 2 the year before. So you see that the resources for renewal start competing with the resources for the first approval. And needless to say, if we have 300 substances to go to 2030, we should have something like 60 opinion per year. So we are far from that. But we have some agreed action to accelerate the review program. Well, the commitment to allocate sufficient resources, there was also funding mechanism offered by the Commission that has been taken by some member states. The removal takeover mechanism, the commitment to conclude the backlog by December 2025, but we have still 27 around, and by the end of the year around 20, I think we still to be concluded. Commitment to have a more fair respect of rules of procedure, in particular the generation of information need to be in the evaluation, not during the opinion forming, and according to strict deadline. A moratorium on the application of guidance for peer-reviewed substances, and not awaiting the opinion on the RAC on harmonized classification, even for those substances that appear to meet the exclusion or substitution criteria, or MUTACAT 2. The commitment to request all information to conclude on endocrine disruptors by June 2024, and to get this information from applicant by end of 2026. And interesting, going in the direction of pragmatism, the possibility of not addressing endocrine disruptor if the substance is already meeting exclusion criteria for which the meeting also endocrine disruptor will be not that relevant for the decision, at least in the first approval. I went fast, but I will return on some of these actions because I will talk about the challenges now. Challenges are the data gaps, and I've been talking about endocrine disruptor, but I want to bring the attention. We have more and more also genotoxicity as a data gap, especially where some tests were applied, like UDS, that are not considered to be adequate anymore. Exclusion substitution criteria, the awaiting of the RAC, or an enhanced analysis of alternative derogation criteria, the need to have better coordination of similar substances, need of pragmatic approach, and to complete the one substance, one assessment. But I will go through those one by one. So there was a commitment to request all the information about endocrine disruptor by June 2024. How did it go? Well, it went quite well. After quite a strong campaign, our understanding is that almost all the substances have been looked for, and requests have been made for about 50% of them. And for the other 50%, we see the application of waiving or read across. Some were backlog, for which the conclusion on ED is not needed, and some are still under discussion, so a decision might come. But most of the decisions were delivered, and in almost all the cases, ED for environment have been requested, because normally we don't have it in the data set, and for more than half also tests for human health, endocrine disruptor properties. But let's see a bit more closer for human health what has been requested. Extended one generation reproductive system test I mentioned because it's quite a demanding test. Something like 22 requests have been made, but also uterotrophic assay, Eschberger, in vitro. And for environment, mostly AMA and FSTRA. So for many of you, this might not speak much, and we don't have to enter into this scientific level. What is important is the deadline, obviously, has been put toward the end of 2026, and we will have to see how to deal with some delays that we can expect. Exclusion substitution criteria. First of all, how many substances are meeting these criteria? So far, around 25% of the substances met substitution criteria, 13% met exclusion criteria. The decision to not await the risk assessment committee for an opinion on harmonized classification can speed up the process, because in many cases we had a dossier for Biocide ready, but not a dossier for, not a proposal for harmonized classification. So it can speed up the process. But we have to recognize that in that case, the committee, the Biocide committee, need also to conclude on the classification for exclusion substitution criteria. So it is an extra work. So the ideal case is still the one where we have an opinion of the RAC. So the member states should submit a proposal for harmonized classification as soon as possible, as soon as they have completed the hazard assessment. About the analysis of alternative and derogation exclusion criteria, I think that there's been recognition that for the standing committee, it is easier to decide if there is a more robust scientific technical assessment on analysis of alternative, and also on derogation of exclusion criteria, which was not part of the BPC opinion until a couple of years ago. So now it will be part of the BPC opinion. This is why a guidance has been published in 2023 for applicants and member state. I want to stress that it is for the applicant in the first place to perform a good analysis of alternative and also an assessment of the derogation to exclusion criteria. We have a single consultation addressing both analysis of alternative and derogation, and early in time to allow a good assessment by the evaluating competent authority and consideration by the committee. The committee is building capacity to do it better and better, and there is also a support team in ECHA. Surely a challenge in the years to come. Then, coordination of similar substances. When we look at the substances that are still there, we can recognize that there are groups of similar substances, big groups, and I mentioned few. Active chlorine in situ, the AVK rodenticide, they are already in the pipeline, formaldehyde releaser, chlorine dioxide generated in situ, quad in situ monochloramine. These sum up to more than 150 substances out of the 300. This group have been allocated for evaluation to different competent authorities. So the coordination of this evaluation is essential and is also very promising, because if we see this group moving on, this will be a major step forward for the conclusion of the review program. And ECHA is fully committed to help the member state in this coordination. Need of a pragmatic approach. too complex assessment. Some assessments that are expected on the Biocide are indeed quite complex. One is the assessment of substances, so-called in situ generated active substances. The good news is that we have quite a pragmatic approach. It is now in the revised recommendation, which has been published in April, well, last week. And another thing that I want to mention is disinfection byproduct. It is quite a complex assessment also. For that, there is still a discussion ongoing, how the current guidance can be updated in a pragmatic way, because from the scientific point of view, it's very challenging. I want to mention the one substance, one assessment. It will be elaborated further by our colleague from EFSA, to say that about 30% of the active substances on the Biocide are also regulated as pesticide. So the one substance, one assessment, the concept is important on the Biocide. An effort is expected to align on the data set when we start a substance in common on methodologies. And this is why we are collaborating with EMA, but in particular with EFSA, in this case for pesticide, to connect evaluating competent authority as soon as we recognize that there is a common substance under evaluation, to plan the evaluation so there is the participation in each other expert committee and decision-making discussion, and try to align and to justify where this alignment is not apparent. The exchange of data should be facilitated once the upcoming regulation for the development of a common data platform will be adopted, is now in a co-decision, and we look forward for the adoption of this. This allows me to run to recommendation and conclusion that stem from what I've said so far. For the applicant, I would stress data gap are important, and so be proactive on data gap. And more and more, we see cases where the non-approval is associated to the lack of data. So this can be a reason for non-approval, and the failure to provide the data by the deadline can be a reason for withdrawal. Then substitution exclusion criteria. If your substance appears to meet substitution exclusion criteria, invest in a robust analysis of alternative, because this is instrumental, and we need to have a more robust analysis of alternative. For evaluating competent authority, well, collaboration is key. So engage in collaboration in case your substance is part of a group of similar substances, and also be open in collaboration with the evaluating member states on the pesticide side if we have a substance in common. Request missing data as up, because this is the reason of postponement. So as soon as we see that there is a data gap, this need to be requested. It requires time, the generation of information. And if you are in doubt, submit this to early working group. Harmonized classification. We don't need to await the harmonized classification, but it's not a reason to postpone it. So rather submit it as soon as possible, and focus on what matters for the opinion, for an opinion which is fit for purpose. And use ECHA support, because we are there, we are supporting a lot. In some cases, we are contacted a bit too late. This leads me to concluding remarks. So we have a delay in the review program. This affects the safety efficacy of biocidal product, but also the level playing field for operators, because as Klaus said, we have some operators that are facing the first renewal or second renewal, and other operators that are benefiting of transition measure, and they are still to face with the first approval. Unfortunately, time does not help because we have, in the meanwhile, new information requirement. What has been there is old, and new information might be available. And we start having the competition in terms of resources by renewal and product authorization. Simplification is needed, but collaboration among actors is key. Authorities, applicants, ECHA. So the 2030 deadline is ambitious, but from what I said, I hope it is clear. There is the possibility to make a major step forward. And the action that have been agreed are instrumental to that. I can conclude saying, yes, the BPR evaluation is an opportunity. As Klaus said, is something more for the future. In the meanwhile, let's try to focus on the work that we have and on the 2030 deadline. So with this, I finalize my presentation. In due time, I've been faster than expected, so I'm happy with myself. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Claudio. You can take a seat there because we will be going to the panel later. Thank you very much for this overview of the review program, but also translating into some practical advice that is very useful. The next speaker will be talking about experience from a member state on the active substance evaluations. And for that, we have Riksta Hempenius, team leader of Biocides projects at the Dutch National Authority, CTGB. Riksta, please go ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your kind introduction and also for inviting me to speak here as member states to say something about active substances. I always have to, which button I have to press? This one. My presentation will be about active substances and how we as member states are dealing with that, with our workload, the review program, etc. First of all, I would like to say something about our organization and something about the workload, active substances, of course, and also a few words about the workshop on biocides we held with other member states in January. The CTDB is the board for the authorization of plant protection products and biocides. We have about 175 employees, are an independent body of the government, and the decisions will be made by the CTG board. There are 2 units, 1 unit biocides and 1 unit plant protection products. Within the unit biocides, we have about 40 people, which is among the different expertise. We have all expertises, chemical efficacy, human health and environment, dossier managers, but also for administrative and service desks. But also policy, legal and finance are involved in our processes. The task of the CTDB is to assess whether plant protection products and biocidal products are safe for humans, animals and the environment and efficacious in accordance with criteria laid down in the legislation. In the Netherlands, we have still also our Dutch legislation, that is the law on pesticides. And besides that, we have the EU legislation, the BPR, where we have to deal with. In the Netherlands, all biocidal products that are on the market are regulated. Market access can only be for authorized products. What I already said, we have the BPR or the Dutch regulation for active substances which are approved under the BPR. The BPR is active, and for all others which the active substance are not yet approved, the Dutch legislation is applicable. Our workload. would like to take you with us where we as a competent authority are dealing with. The biocidal playing field. I have to try to picture in this slide how it looked like. The blue side is Europe, and you see that only a very small part is white, sort of, and there the Dutch law is applicable. So our work is predominated by the European processes, and that's quite complicated because the European processes have very much influence in how we work. If you look at the workload within the CTDB in these bars, I have depicted the number of applications we have in-house. Active substances, union applications, concerned member states, mutual recognitions. Most of it are still with other member states, national under BPR, and also transitional law. If you look at the hours, then there is a different picture. You see that although the number of active applications for active substances is quite low, if you compare it with transitional law, the hours we need to evaluate an active substance is much, much more higher. This also holds for the union applications. On the contrary, the transitional law, that are just a few hours, and we do that work in a pragmatic way. This is a picture from last year, how our capacity is divided among the different applications. Union authorizations was the most, and national, but what we see is that the hours spent on active substance is increasing. Last year it was about 50%, but I can say that will be shift to much more in the coming next years because of the review program. Then I come to the active substance, the review program. As I already said, at first the deadline was in 2000 to finalize the review program for all substances that already were on the market in May 2000. Then it was 2014, 2024, we just left behind us, and the new hard deadline is 2030. Status at this moment, what already is mentioned sometimes this morning, about 50%. So for the, what is it, 25 years, 15 years, we did half of it, and we have another 5 years to go for the other part. 34.1 in progress. Here is a picture how it is divided among the different member states. And here you see the Netherlands. We still have about 26 active substances which fall within the review program in progress. If you look closer at the review program and what we had, the Netherlands started with about 20 review program substances. We already finalized 13 cases. That would be, in theory, 7 cases remain. But the current situation is that still 26 active substance PT combinations pending at the CTTB. This is due to the redefinition of active substances in November 2014 of in situ generated substances. So we thought we were almost ready with the total program, but yeah, we have another load to do. An example of this redefinition is the sodium bromide. We had 3 PT combinations, so 3 applications, but after the redefinition it became 12. Review program Road to 2030 is already said by the previous speaker. The agreements that were made in December 2023. We had to make progress. The backlog dossiers which are under the BPD principles has to be a BPC opinion by the end of this year. I would like to say that for these dossiers, the peer review started before September 2030, but they are still in progress, and the information must be reassessed, calculations must be updated, latest CARC format is applicable, and ED, maybe inconclusive, is still relevant. If you look at the current status of the backlogs in the Netherlands, was 7. After the redefinition, we have 16. We have submitted 3 in the last process flow in March. So we hope that they will have a BPC opinion at the end of this year. 1 we plan for to submit in process flow at the end of this year, but we're not sure about it because also here maybe a redefinition of the name have to be, and we don't know yet what the implications are. But we will be in close contact with ECHA how to deal with it. 12 will be submitted next year to be ready for end 2026. We are working now hard on it, and we think we're going to manage it, but it's challenging. With regard to the review program, according to the BPR principles, we still have 10 applications in-house. For all of them, the ED request has been done last year, and the deadline for submitting these data is end of 2026. For the ECA, the challenges are we will get all the information at the end of 26, so we have to make capacity free in 27 to evaluate all the information. All tasks for these applications are given priority. Important for the ECA is also to have early working group to harmonize, or if we conclude to something we're not sure, we do an early working group to harmonize, so it will go more smoothly through the working group process. And also important is to involve the ED expert group consultations when we have concluded on the ED. So we have to do that in a very, very short time to get ready for 2030. But we are aware of it. So that was the review program. As you can see, a lot of capacity will be, we will give priority to the review program. But still, we have also other active substances in-house where we have to take care of. For example, the renewals, we have 8 cases, of which now 3 presented to the EU, so they are now in the European process. For the renewals, it was said that validation is not applicable, but what we do is an unofficial validation. What we see is that there are quite often questions after or at the start. Also, the discussion about the full light evaluation, renewals there are already evaluated, but ED is now part of the dossiers, and also new guidance might be applicable. So in practice, a full evaluation has to be done. For now, we only give priority to renewals when they are candidate for substitution. That are 6 out of 8, so that's still quite a lot of what we have. But with regard to renewals, we thought it might be a light evaluation, but in practice, more work and more time needed. Within the whole program, it is for an ECA quite difficult to give the priority and to the different applications. Besides the old substances, we also have new active substances. We have 6 new active substances in house, 14 different applications. They are in progress, but as I already said, we give priority to the review program active substances and also renewals which are candidate for substitution. But we're working on it, also the rest. Back to my slide I showed you at the beginning, the biocidal playing field. For now, the focus is on the review program and the backlogs. A lot of capacity will go through that part to finalize it. On the other hand, we also have the obligation for the CMS, but also the union authorization. So also the non-rapporteur will be going on here. We are struggling with everything because we have the capacity, that was also said already, that is limited, not only at the CTDB, but also all the member states are struggling with it. So that was a reason to organize a workshop on biocides with other member states, how they are dealing with it and how can we work together. This workshop was held in January. There were 12 member states that joined the workshop. The purpose was exchanging ideas to address bottlenecks in active substance evaluation and product authorizations under the BPR, develop actionable strategies to achieve the 2030 evaluation deadline for review program substances, and of course, networking and strengthening of cooperation and process efficiency. The outcome of the workshop, I think you know already, the review program active substance has highest priority within all the member states that were also there. Renewal had lower except those with the exclusion criteria. So the way we as CTGB worked was also confirmed by other member states. Points to improve the process in general is that we should be more risk-based approach. And that is, what we try to do now is do the early working group and e-consultations and see how we can speed up the process also on the scientific part. And of what important is the informal contacts between the experts and by the early working groups to facilitate that, also by the member states to see how we can make there more steps and not every time that we come back, this is not accepted and we have to do it again. There's also, there will be a follow-up of the workshop. The next meeting is planned second half of 25. Italy will be the organizing member states, and topics for the agenda will be improving the opinion forming process, the role of the working group, how to avoid duplicating work, evaluations done by one member state to be accepted by others, one RMS and one co-RMS, like it's done by the plant protection products, and also the refit of the BPR will be on the agenda with other topics. I am in time. Thank you for listening. Questions that will be after. Yes, so, okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Riksta. I think this was a very good insight into what the member states are facing, how you are giving priority to aspects also regarding the review program, but also all the workload and all the issues you have to deal with. And I think it's a good illustration also of why it is so important that there is a good cooperation between the evaluating competent authorities with the applicants, but also with ECHA. So I think that's very important. The next speaker will be Manuela Tiramani. Manuela is the head of the pesticides peer review unit at the European Food Safety Agency. And Manuela will be talking about the EFSA experience on one substance, one assessment. Yep. Manuela, what is that one substance, one assessment?
I will enlighten you all on this. Okay, so good morning to everybody. I'm very glad to be here because all the things I've heard so far are really quite the same for us. So it's clear that we can find common solutions, a way out. And maybe, well, today is the day where we can really try to identify some actions for this. But maybe for those of you who are not familiar with the peer review process, so the process for the assessment of active substances, pesticide active substances, we have a dossier coming from the applicant who identify a member state who is the rapporteur, who is responsible of preparing the assessment, risk assessment, draft risk assessment. It comes to EFSA. EFSA performs completeness check, all procedure, and then we start together with all the member states, the risk assessment, the so-called peer review. So we don't do ourselves the direct assessment of the dossier, but we peer review a draft performed by the member states. And we conclude with a conclusion indeed, which is for the risk managers of Commission and member states to work on and decide on the approval or non-approval. There are some red and green arrows, because I wanted with this to highlight where the crucial issues are in general during this process. Sometimes rapporteur has to go back to the applicant to request additional information, clarification, information which are missing. And the same for us as EFSA in the completeness check, but also during the assessment. And I have to say also sometimes, quite, I would say frequently, our conclusion is subject to follow-up question from Commission, from the risk managers. So it's a continuous reiteration. We try to learn from this, but I have to say we are not yet there to avoid some of these steps. In the last 5 years, EFSA and the member states assessed about 150 active substances to come up with a conclusion. We assessed some more, but they are still in the process of finalization. And the time needed to process everything from the submission of the dossier till the end is up to 8 years, where it should be, let's say, between 2.5, 5.5. Obviously, it's a long process, much longer than what it should be. Out of all this time, most of the time is needed for the member states to work and to process. And as we've just heard from CTGB and for the biocides, also for pesticides, the issues are the same, resources. And so sometimes the member states don't have the possibility to process all the substances in the time that is prescribed. Also, EFSA has some delays, of course, and sometimes reasons for this are the quality of the dossier. We have different workflows, so we have new active, we have renewals, we have biocides, biocontrol substances, we have basic substances, so each of these processes is different and have different applicants. Risk assessment complexity has already been mentioned many times today. Indeed, during the years, the things have evolved and are evolving even more quickly now. So endpoints that weren't considered 15 years ago are now really prominent in the assessment. It was mentioned endocrine disruption, and this is already, I would say, a relatively old endpoint because we have a guidance since 2018, but new endpoints are coming, immunotoxicity, the impact of microbiome, which is a completely black box for most of us. And another point that we see as particularly relevant is that in the same member states, there are different authorities dealing either with pesticides or with classification and labeling or with biocides. And this is complicating the things even more if possible. Where can we see the possible interaction on with biocides and the biocide work during the peer review? We can have the same substances, but maybe the applicants are different. Many times we go back to the colleagues in ECHA asking, is your dossier containing the same studies as those as our dossiers? Rapporteur, as I said, sometimes it's not the same. So is the rapporteur for biocides discussing with the rapporteur for pesticides? We don't know, we need to find out. Sometimes they are completely different institutions. And the same is for the risk assessment, because substances that are discussed in EFSA might be discussed by different actors for biocides. So the risk, which we have seen in some cases, is that we end up having different outcomes, diverging views, which is obviously not ideal. There are tools which we can have to avoid these divergent views. For instance, the Article 30 of General Food Law, which is in fact indicating the possibility to avoid this through some steps. We also have the data requirements for pesticides, which include the possibility or the need to look at other contexts. We have also in place a memorandum of understanding with ECHA, quite an old one, I would say, very, very forward-looking at the time. And also we have rules to avoid conflicting scientific opinions. And now, and then the chemical strategy for sustainability was presented. So we all had a lot of hope in this as something that could have solved all the issues. And I have to say that the spirit and the aim of it are indeed in line with the issues we have just mentioned. a bit less with the fact that member states and the authorities too have issues of resources. But in terms of the theory behind, really everything can be ticked because it's super relevant. And so the expectations of it are the alignment of processes and to have a single harmonized data package to which we can all have access to. And that would be great. Not only same methodologies, I have to say that there's also work, I will show you later the link, you can find it in our website, a work we did which identified that we have in place a lot of methodologies, not always the same, differing in some aspects, which make the work of everybody a bit more difficult. And then the expectation is cooperation of experts and bodies. And if the idea behind CSS is great, unfortunately, we have in the field of chemical substances, let's put it this way, something like 4 pieces of legislation. Okay, so I hope there are no legal people in the room, but we all try to overcome the difficulties, but then when it comes to take a final decision, our lawyers say, hey, wait a minute, this is an issue because this could create problem. And you can see there also the link to the mapping of all the different methodologies we have identified. Timelines. Member states have their own planning, that things are stopped, are delayed, in-clock stop, another process come. We have heard that now the renewal are coming back, and you are still in the middle of the first assessment. And something that is very close to my heart is the sharing, access, and use of data. This has created a lot of problems for us, because I think this would be a great step forward if we could have, as it was said, for the common data platform, which is still to come, and it will include some substances as of a certain date. But what about what we are doing now? We know that there are data out there. We know that we just would like to see which data are in a certain dossier, which is not in EPSA, for instance. But this is very difficult. Again, legally speaking, this can create issues. Nothing against legal colleagues, of course, but I understand that maybe some people doing risk assessment have different views. And I have to say that while waiting for the common data platform, we have put in place many things, in particular with DECA. I'm very glad of the collaboration. We have a governance, a series of governance meetings, and then we, it was already mentioned, participate in meeting of the colleagues in ECA, but also something with EMA. And we try to identify as early as possible through this radar list possible common substances of work. I won't go in this slide into much details because, of course, it's very dense of content. But here there are some good examples. There are some examples of practical cases where we started the interaction and where in some cases we had a good output. In some cases things failed because there were issues during the way. But these are the cases which we are keeping an eye on, trying to progress and trying to see how we can improve the situation. And out of those, some showed very, very good possibilities of participation in meetings, ECHA in EFSA and EFSA to ECHA. So in summary, let's say that the current regulatory processes are not ready yet for the one substance, one assessment. And so this could be a sort of indication that if we want to have one substance, one assessment, make it a consideration of the legislative pieces in place is necessary. By the way, I've always said one substance, one assessment. I would be more than glad to have one substance, one hazard. That would be already great. And then people could proceed with the specific cases. But okay, we call it like this, but having a single hazard assessment would be great. As I said, sharing, access, and use data, reuse of data would save a lot of time, resources, and also maybe less animal, experimental animal data. Guidance document, we need to work absolutely to co-develop guidance document together, and not to have a lot of efforts across different, in single agencies and then ending up with diverging views. And obviously trying to harmonize as much as possible timelines, planning, actors, so that the effort is one at the same time and we can get the best out of it. So, as I said, one assessment, one hazard. We are there, for instance, as EFSA, we just take what RAC decides and we don't discuss it, provided that we have the same database behind. This goes back to the fact that we need to have access to data or at least see the data. But for this, we are quite there. For the example of Biocide, good, but we can do more. We need to do more. And so we need to also have direct interaction with the BPC. Different is that EFSA is doing the assessment directly, staff with the member states, whereas ECHA has the BPC and the staff is not directly involved practically. And so this is a bit of an issue for the direct discussion. Solution, well, stretching the regulatory boundaries to an acceptable extent. Bit general, because stretching acceptable extent is something that can be interpreted very differently. But I think we really need try to have in mind that the final goal is align as much as possible with the CLH process, with the biocide assessment, with the pesticide assessment. Mutual participation, as I said, is already happening. I do believe very much in having joint mandates. For common substances, until the legislation is fixed, I do believe that we should have mandates to both authorities to work on the same substance. So we will have a single output. We need to find an agreement right there into the assessment. And again, as I said, have the possibility without legal implication, because we all do it for the safety of ourselves, of citizens. It makes full sense that we can see the data that are present in other contexts. This would really save time and allow us to get the best assessment possible at a European level. And I want to also say that we have discussed, I've discussed a lot on this procedure and things that we could improve, but absolutely something that we see. And our colleague from CTGB said very clearly before, we have an issue of resources. Member states are struggling. We are also struggling. But member states, we have seen in the last year in the pesticide area, in particular, that they do struggle. The work is massive. Then there's the national work of authorization of products. And we need some solutions. And so I think that if we want to speed up the risk assessment to meet the goal of 2030, and our goal, we also have backlogs. It's not the day-to-day to discuss it. But just to say that we have a project in EFSA called SOPRA working now, and we try to outsource part of the work pre-EFSA, so all the preparation, by preparing a grant for some millions. Where, okay, it's not the day to say about this, but just to say that we need to find solutions also for the member states and our resources, absolutely. And with this, I thank you very much, and I put EFSA because maybe we can do a next meeting, who knows, in EFSA with all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Manuela. And it is clear that I was talking about already the importance of cooperation, and of course the cooperation between different agencies and authorities is very important. And I think this was a good illustration of how we try to avoid unnecessary differences in assessments. And especially, of course, on the hazard tariffs, as you mentioned, there is a clear case where we can progress on that, and also where we need legislation to facilitate this one assessment, one substance, one assessment paradigm. So, yes, that was very useful. I would now like to move to the panel discussion and invite the other panelists as well to the floor. We have Mr. Ludovic Chatelain, who is in charge of biocides at the European Commission. Thank you very much for joining, Ludovic. We also have Mr. Boris van Berlo, Sector Group Manager on Biocide at Cefic. Welcome, Boris. And finally, we also have Tess Renahan, who is advisor at PETA Science Consortium. Thank you for joining all. And it will be Claudio Carlon that will be chairing this panel discussion. Claudio, go ahead.
Thank you, Peter. Indeed, I will take the chairing, but I will not fade away from questions if need be. We are 6 here. We have then something like 1 hour to the coffee break to discuss. And what is interesting, and thank you, Peter, to introduce the panelists, is now we have a representative of Commission, Member State, ECA, Industry Association, PETA, that come with a different perspective. And it is nice to see our problem from different perspective and seeking for solution and collaboration. I will start with a basic question for all the speakers, and then I would ask for a question from the audience, from you. So prepare yourself, or a question from Slido, so we can have an interactive session. My first question, for which I would ask a bit snappy reflection, it's the basic question that we might all have in mind. So what are, in your view, the main bottlenecks for the review program? And if you had a magic wand, what would you change in the regulatory process? So you might also think a little bit out of the box. I will start from the one that have not been speaking yet. So I will start from Ludovic Chatelain, Commission.
Thank you, Claudio, and good morning to you all. Well, actually, I will be very interested to hear the other panelists on that question and also the audience. I mean, you have seen from the presentation today, and I would say the various presentations this morning from Klaus Beren and all the other speakers, one of the key elements are the resources. I mean, you can discuss a lot, and we have discussed a lot over the years with member states on how to be more efficient, what type of action can be done in order to make progress. We have regular discussions. There were in 2023 agreements as well on a number of measures, but all that only works if they are properly implemented. And indeed, for that, you need to have resources. So we know the member states, they struggle with that. I mean, at Commission level, we have taken action for it. So we have even committed, and we are doing that, to provide a grant to certain member states who have applied for that. So 10 million euros were put on the table, both for the plant protection product area and the biocides area, towards which 6 million is going to biocide. So the majority of the money is going to 9 member states to help them to make progress in the work, but also to structurally make some changes, because if no structural changes are made in the member states for the resources, the problem will continue and we can extend again the review program again and again. So all that to put the focus on the resources on the first point, and the second point is indeed the application of the rules. I mean, at some point, I mean, I've seen from the presentation this morning that the assessment under the PPP area is done on average for 4 to 8 years. On biocides for certain dossiers, it's almost 20 years of assessment. And for that, there is also a question of governance on how the applications are being managed. Sometimes having the necessity to be a bit more strict. I mean, it's never done by pleasure, but at some point, you need to come to a conclusion, and sometimes to hard conclusions as well. So if that has been requested a couple of times, then, I mean, hard decision needs to be taken. But as you have seen throughout the years, there has been dialogue between the authorities and the applicants when there were justified reasons for delays in submission, or the complexity or guidance were not there. I mean, that was obviously taken into consideration as well. So these are the two main elements that we would like to point out on our side.
Thank you, Ludovic. And then I would ask Boris from CEFIC, Biocide for Europe. What is your perspective?
Thank you, Claudia, and also good morning to everyone. Well, when preparing for these questions, one thing that came up is also the resources. So as we know, the resources are not equal, or not every member state has the same amount of resources. But it's not only that, the resources as manpower, but also the level of experience. And so one first observation there is, of course, that we are not working on the BPR as an EU 27. It's more like 2 hands full. So there's definitely a lot of progress there. And I think a big shout out to several member states who really clearly progressed over the last 10 years and are now participating, where 10 years ago they were really in a role of more sitting and observing and learning. So it's possible. Those smaller member states showed it, and that needs to progress further and of course be sped up, because 2030 is around the corner. But the second thing is also how you deal with it, because the level of experience is a different way to approach guidances, the regulation, a different way to interpret it, a different way how you try to have this guidance as something to hold on to, and how much flexibility or expert judgment you allow. And all of these things mingle into it together, and it's often resource related. And unfortunately, there's no magical wand, or at least we don't have it. So one magical solution there is not, and Ludovic just pointed it out. There were on the resource part many initiatives over the last years, and I think from our observation, the progress is rather limited on that one. But I think one of the things that we believe could help the progress is communication and trust. I think that's also often emphasized: talk to each other, applicants and authorities. And still now, 10 years, more than 10 years into the BPR, I think it's a message that needs to be repeated. Because when we step away and have a bit of a helicopter look, I think we see that trust is gone a bit. And partly because of everybody being overburdened, overstressed, there's no time anymore for taking an extra hour to check something, or to send an email, or to call. And so that's a call to both or all parties, so and industry and authorities. talk to each other, start to trust each other more, but also authorities between themselves. The rebuilding of the trust is needed there, and an example could be the peer review, where we see more and more that it's sometimes a minority opinion that is not agreeing and believes there's stricter measures needed, but there's no real discussion on the scientific debate or less room for the expert judgment. And yeah, then you go into one certain direction where if there would be a real discussion with all peers, it might not go in that way. And I also prepared a call to all ECAs to believe in yourself and the work that you have done together with the applicant over years. You developed a strategy, and there's no need to abandon that strategy with the first critical notes during a peer review. Trust in the work you did.
Thank you, Boris. Indeed, continue with the ones that didn't make a presentation. Tess, you might have a specific perspective.
I do, Claudio. How did you know? Good morning, all.
Enough.
I think we can work on how we fulfill data gaps. So as we all know, we have a legal obligation, and this is both the agency and registrants, to only conduct animal testing as a last resort and to avoid duplicative animal testing. And this is mandated in both Article 62 of the BPR and Article 4 of Directive 2010-63 on the use of animals for scientific purposes. So before initiating or requesting animal studies, it should be investigated if the relevant data is available. And interested users may not always be aware that there is data available or where to find it or how to use it. So we need to remove legislative barriers so that all this data is accessible. If I had a magic wand, I think, unsurprisingly, I would eliminate all animal testing and solely rely on relevant and reliable non-animal methods. For the case specifically here, I would just have all data be accessible for everyone who needs to use it. I think also when it comes to interpreting non-animal data that are newer, some member states have different levels of experience using this data. So I think it's important to have expert support as these data become more and more routine, but ultimately remove barriers and have data accessible across the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Tess. And indeed interesting how to see animal welfare and alternative testing can go together with acceleration, and maybe something that connect also to one substance assessment. But I would pass to Riska. As a member state, you are in the center of the arena. Yes. You have been pulled in several times as among those that, for the scarcity of resources, struggle. But if you had a magic wand.
Yeah, so I was thinking about it, and I was thinking, do me again with all experts, where I can just put out some expertise when I need it. That will help. But yeah, I know that is impossible. But what I think that is important is that also between member states should be more trust, what also Boris said. So trust each other. So if one do an assessment, please accept how it is done. And what I already said is we try to do it, reflection with other member states as soon as possible and not at the latest moment to speed up the process. Because it's slowing down. There are always moving goals, and we have to start over and over again. And we should prevent that. And I hope with that we manage to have get to 2030, and then have a new point, and from there go on. And for member states, be more strict and not try to go to an approval or whatever. That is how I see it now. So also for member states, just say, okay, this is it, this is what there is, and it's or in one way or the other way, and not trying to go every time to the right way. It maybe help us to speed up the whole process, and trust is also important, and the resources. Oh.
Thank you, Riska. Indeed, the dialogue is there. Sometimes the dialogue becomes a bit never-ending discussion. So we have also to be a bit firm in what are the procedure and the deadline. But then I would ask Manuela, indeed, you have said that the situation in EFSA in relation to pesticide reflect similar dynamics. And so from your experience, how do you see the situation in Biocide, and do you have any suggestion for us?
Well, no. If I had suggestion, I would have taken for us in EFSA. So, but let's put it this way: I think resources for member states and authorities is necessary. If I think of the likelihood that we would have those resources, then I have to have a second option just to while we wait for this, and this is absolutely. Joint mandates for the same substance, for the same hazard, involving the key actors, and involved in invest in trainings, but we know that this is a burden for the time being. So joint mandates, access to all data without barriers, and building expertise, having, for instance, the Netherlands, who is top expert in something, Germany in something else, Greece in something else. And with this, we create a network of expertise, not of member states. A lot of work to do.
Thank you, Manuela. So after this round, I'm looking at the participant here in the room. There might be for sure some of you that are burning to intervene, to ask a question. Also question to the speaker. We haven't had time to provide any clarification if needed. So there are some stands in the room. Please stand up, introduce briefly yourself, and thank you for asking.
So someone's got to be first. I'm Darren Abrahams. I'm one of those lawyers that's been alluded to. I'm a partner at the firm of Steptoe and Johnson. So Klaus referred to the economist Milton Friedman, who said famously, "There's no such thing as a free lunch." He also said that there is nothing as permanent as a temporary government program. So that seems to me like a very good description of the review program. The clients that I'm working with are always asking me when it's really going to be over. And we've seen the commitment to the hard work to try and meet the 2030 deadline, but it doesn't seem to me like any of the presentations really suggested that's going to be achieved. What number, in terms of a deadline, should we really be thinking about when companies are making investments in the future? And one of the solutions, second part to my question that I've heard is, well, if we dissolved all these barriers to data access, maybe we could facilitate quicker, more effective, more informed decision-making. From a data owner perspective, those who've invested, that's a terrifying solution. Could you explain to us how that might work?
Thank you. Indeed, it is understandable. There is frustration also for all the companies that are waiting for long for a decision to be made. I'm looking here. Ludovic?
I think, Mr. Abrahams, you addressed the first question to me on when the review program will be over. Fortunately, I don't have a crystal ball, on that. Clearly, you have seen over the years, there were various ambitions. When the first BPD was adopted in 1998, without having any idea of what would be the exact workload, it was said, okay, in 2010, the work will be over. Clearly, 15 years after, we are still there. Still, at the same time, we cannot say that we will make no effort or we will not meet the target. I mean, that has been a lot of discussion with the member states. When we had to agree on the date, what do we put? We put 2028, 2030, 35, 40. At some point, if we would have put, okay, 2040 as a deadline, okay, what is the incentive to make progress? There's no much incentive. We have been, again, discussing a lot with the member states to make progress. One of the main reasons as well, and that we acknowledge that, has been the implementation of the ED criteria to review prime substances. I mean, you have seen from the graph, as from the adoption of the criteria, there has been a slowing down in the progress of the work, so that is not acknowledged. But at the same time, today we have to acknowledge that it's 7 years ago. So 7 years. Which means that in the meantime, data had to be requested, could be generated, and at some point, again, you need to come with certain deadlines in order to make progress. So, and I tried to take it in a positive manner, that still 2040, it's still more or less 7 years ahead, basically, of work, or 6 years ahead. In 6 years, a lot can be achieved in terms of progress. So.
Thank you, Ludovic. And indeed, there is a strong commitment to do the best of the time that we have from now to 2030. Any other question from the participant? So the eyes is broken. Can you stand up and take to the stand? Thank you. Briefly introduce yourself.
Good morning, everyone here in Helsinki. My name is Adam Sabista. I am a lead in what we call substance advocacy practice in Ruud Peterson Public Affairs in Brussels. So it's basically a group of public affairs consultants focused on secondary legislation and all these technical cases. I actually have a question for Riksta, if I may. I was really intrigued. You mentioned you had a workshop in January of member states, and one of the conclusions was that the member states would like to see more risk-based approach. So that really intrigued me, and I was wondering if by any chance it doesn't link to the ED assessment, if there was not the consideration finally maybe for this threshold for ED that was already in consideration a couple of years ago, and that is, we understand, still under development. Thank you.
I really don't have an answer to this because we didn't take ED in consideration, so it's more all the other things that we discussed that sometimes it should be more risk-based than on hazard, and we didn't take ED in this, so.
Maybe some other examples? Or?
There are not really examples because what I already said, this was the first workshop we did. There were some ideas what we will work on in the next coming workshops, how to proceed with that. So these were only ideas, how we can speed up the processes, and in the next coming workshop, I don't know if it's in October or the one after that, we will try to make this more explicit on how to do this. So at this moment, there's no hard answer on that. There are ideas how to speed up things, because we know that the processes are very slowly.
Thank you, Riska. Indeed, I mean, risk assessment is there, play an essential role in Biocide. Of course, we start from the consideration of exclusion criteria, substitution criteria, and then the risk assessment. And also for ED, to the extent possible, considering the complexity of potential risk assessment for ED. But it is something where there is further discussion, I understand. I don't know whether in the audience there is anyone that took part to this meeting, but if it is the case, you can complement. Any other burning question? Otherwise, if there is still a bit of shyness, I would ask my colleague what we have received in Slido.
Hi. After a technical discussion, yes, we have gotten quite some questions. You can see them also on the screen. So one of the most popular is, not surprisingly, on the end of data protection. So you can see, with the end of data protection for existing active substance, which still will remain by the end of 2025, will the data owner be informed if the applicant is referring to the submitted data?
Okay, thank you. I think that maybe Ludovic is something that you can address.
I mean, as regard to that very specific question, I don't think that there is a specific process where the data owner is particularly informed. Basically, once the data are free for access, it is free for access, basically. And then maybe just to remind also the origin of this provision. Why is that provision existing in the BPR? So you know that normally in the basic rules on data protection, the data submitted are protected from the moment they are submitted, basically, and until 10 years after the expiry of approval. And in 2015, there was a mandatory listing on the so-called Article 95 list that ECHA has the responsibility to give the possibility for alternative suppliers to be listed on an ECHA list to be able to place on the market the substance. And beyond that date, it was not possible to place on the market a substance if the supplier is not on the list. But the compensation to that was to give a limit to that obligation and in order to avoid creating monopolies from review program participants. So that's the reason why 10 years after this mandatory listing, there was an expiry date in December this year for the expiry of the data protection of this data. And also to keep in comparison to new active substances for which data protection is already for 15 years. Without such limitation in the regulation as such, many substances in the review program still today would have benefited from 30 years or more of data protection. So, I mean, at our level, we are approached a lot by industry on this question. There are reflections. But it needs to be kept in mind that there is a need to strive for balance between the rights, indeed, of review program participants, but also the expectations from alternative suppliers and also product manufacturers who rely on this data in order to apply for product authorization. And there is a need to strive for a proper balance.
Thank you. Thank you. And indeed, I cannot say myself whether there is any specific mechanism of informing. It is not foreseen at the moment. But thank you, Ludovic, to clarify where it comes from and why it will be implemented. I see one question in Slido that addressed me and my presentation, so I take the opportunity because it got quite a number of it is the awaiting the RAC opinion, not awaiting the RAC opinion. And here it is worth a clarification. We will be not await the RAC opinion on harmonized classification. What is concluded by the BPC apply in the scope of Biocide and relate to the meeting of exclusion criteria or substitution criteria. It remains that should the RAC, the Risk Assessment Committee, conclude on a different classification later on, this is the harmonized classification that need to be followed, and an alignment would be needed. But the type of alignment can be simply at the level of endpoint, list of endpoint, if it does not change the consideration that has been done on the meeting of exclusion substitution criteria. We try to mitigate this to happen when we have a discussion. We invite also the competent authority that are involved in the working group to involve the expert in harmonized classification, and also internally we get the advice from our colleague about the procedure and the praxis in harmonized classification in order to have the same approach implemented. As I said, it would be ideal that the Risk Assessment Committee can take an opinion first. But what was observed is that this was a source of major delay for many cases. I saw that Peter from the room was then encouraged to take the floor, so I would give him the opportunity. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you, Claudio, and thank you for the floor, and good morning to all. I was triggered by the answer on the first question by Ms. Tiramani about more expertise in the on different topics by the different member state bodies. And Mr. Carlon showed that the groups of related substances that are evaluated in different CAs can be divided by the different evaluating competent authorities. And I was wondering if any of the panel members can answer this question, if they see the remark of Mrs. Tiramani happening, that we are going to specialize the different ECAs more. And I was wondering, especially for Mr. Calon, if that ECHA would see a role in that to facilitate that.
Thank you, Peter, and thank you for multiple questions, I would say. I will start with a clarification. When we have group of similar substances, they have been allocated to different competent authorities. So we see the need of collaboration among these competent authorities. But I quite like the point made by Emmanuel about the collaboration among experts. And I will start with a couple of observations. First of all, we should support, to the extent possible, the collaboration among experts, among competent authority, also at informal level. As I understand that also in the meeting among directors of the competent authority, this was seen as an opportunity to have a broader dialogue among experts, not only in the formal process, but also in a sort of forum, chat, platform. And in some cases, for example, for human health exposure, we launched also the idea of this platform where the expert could pose questions to other experts in other competent authority to have already a feedback and to capitalize also on the experience on precedents. I would come also with another observation that this crossing, it would be interesting also between regulation, because what we observe also in the competent authorities, that the experts working on pesticide and expert working on biocide, or expert working in classification, there might be different experts, and some dialogue, cross-reference would help very much for harmonization, but also capitalize experience. But after my first observation, I look around whether from the panel, Boris, thank you.
Yes, and thank you, Peter, for the question, because it's a very interesting one, and well, we should not hide that we are also preparing for BPR refit, and we are thinking out of the box also, and that's one of the things that we are also, it's not developed yet complete, but that we are thinking of. And now we have every member state needs to be on top of everything, to be expert in all, because they have an application and they need to look into tox, into ecotox, efficacy, APCP. And we know that biocides is a very broad PT range, very broad users. So if you have a few different actives from different PTs, you also kind of need to be expert in practically all the users. That link to the resources and lack of resources, of course, does not be a surprise that that's not the optimal workability in that one. So yeah, maybe there's something, and it should be further explored by all actors, that if there would be a centralized point where this dossier is submitted, let's say in this context ECHA, and then interested party take it or you distribute it, that you know that this member state is an expert in toxicology and exposure for this certain PT, I think that would speed up the process. But there we go again, that it needs trust into Quadrat actually to be working, and the logistics, and I think also the framework. So that's, and I think it was mentioned a few times on slides, it's good to think about the future. It's not immediately there, but we need to think also about the future and make BPR workable. So that's definitely something that I think there's a potential, because as I said, we cannot expect, and we tried over the last 20 years, that every member state is expert in everything, but it's just not working. And it's not bad. I mean, you don't need to be on top of everything. I think everybody of us in daily life also knows you have things you are better in, things you are less good in. And then in the things you are less good in, you ask for help, and there's no shame in that. So why not apply it in biocides also?
Thank you, Boris. And I think that Manuela, since she was pulling, and then we have another question.
Yeah, I think that this idea would also save resources until we will get to those that we were all asking before. And for instance, for the peer review process, more and more try to alleviate some member states who are really 3, 4, 5 people, and they do risk assessment, risk management. It's impossible for them. We are thinking of creating, for the peer review, dedicated working group. We have now one on endocrine disruptors, one on microbial pesticides, and we are thinking to have one for ecotox, one for mammotox, where member states, of course, would be there, but those who have more competency, more interest, and the others would still be in the loop, but for learning purposes, but focused on areas. We will be piloting this, I hope, soon. Let's see if it works, but at least would save time that you don't have to worry about everything.
Thank you, Manuela. Okay, Tess.
I think we also see sometimes differences in confidence in newly validated methods and data derived from those tests. And that can also partially stem from some member states are more involved in the development and validation of those test methods. For example, they might be involved in the skin sensitization OECD group. So when they receive data from those methods, they're confident in how to interpret them. And there they can lend support to other member states. Where this knowledge is underdeveloped, of course, that can be ameliorated with sessions or trainings among regulators and contract research organizations to spread the knowledge and confidence in newer methods. Thank you.
Thank you, Tess. Very good point. And in fact, we have in ECA some of our colleagues that are specialized in alternative methods, and we try internally to see how these apply to Biocide. But of course, sometimes these require quite a strong confidence in the application of new method. We might return to that, but we have now another in the audience that has a question. Thank you for coming. Please briefly introduce yourself.
My name is Georg Driesen. I'm a Regulatory Affairs Manager at SAT, Hygiene and Health AB in Sweden. And I noticed that all of you are very critical in all your presentations about things that needs to be improved, that doesn't work and whatsoever. And as you can see from the color of my hair, I grew up in the chemical industry since 1982. And I'm confronted with chemical legislation through all my professional career. And I think what we shouldn't forget is what you have achieved already. So don't forget what has been improved since 1995 till today. And that should make you proud, all of you, also at the ECA, at the member states, at the European organizations. And you should not forget that. You should not be too critical to yourself. Having said so, you face a lot of issues which the chemical industry also faces. I worked in a couple of global players And we had the same problems with communication between different regions, different functions in the company and whatsoever. You face exactly the same. Look how others try to overcome these. For example, when you say you have these problems with changing targets, stop it. Simple as that. It sounds crazy, but focus on what your first target was. Review the active substances in the review process. All additional endpoints, don't care about them. Stop it. Take that task first. Once this is done, you can do in the renewal processes afterwards the additional endpoints. But don't apply them now, and don't apply them now to the renewal process products. So stop it completely, just focus on the assessment of the review program. When you talk about 40 regulations, sorry, I think it's more than 2,000. And when you say that you have problems with discussing between the different agencies, implement one coordinator on EU level, one coordinator on each member state level, who has the task to check which substance is evaluated at which authority and which coordinates the information flow between these authorities. If you do that, it's called in the chemical industry product stewardship. Do the same on the authority level and you will overcome a lot of those hurdles. So there are solutions for all these issues. Just use them. And don't forget what you have achieved already. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for the invitation to to appreciate also the progress made. I was thinking to myself personally when I started INEC, I started at the very beginning, and REACH was there in a germ. And when I see now where we are and REACH, but also when moving to Biocide. What has been already done in Biocide, I was quite impressed, and I think that it is the result of goodwill and good effort by all the parties, and also the companies relate to chemical regulation in a way that is very different from just 20 years ago. So yes, I think that we have to be proud of where we are, and I also take the invitation. Yes. What is our target? Maybe in some cases we are too ambitious, and the Biocide regulation itself is very ambitious. I made the example of very complex assessment that are needed. So it is not simple provocation, it's something that requires reflection, where we can say, okay, we have to apply what was at the time, and the next will be seen later. But when I see it also in the CA meeting, it becomes a bit difficult, this type of discussion. But maybe Commission can say something later. I see that Manuela was burning to chip in, so I give her the floor.
No, thank you. I have to say that I started working with pesticide with 91414. So even if my head doesn't witness this, but you know, there are tricks to avoid this. Yeah, and indeed, what I expressed complexity because, as I said, acute reference dose. I've never set one in my early career, and now, of course, we do it. So absolutely a lot of progress, but a lot of complexity. And as for the practical idea, something that I went quick before, but I have to say really, in my unit, there's a great team of scientific coordinators, and they regularly deal with a great team of the coordinators in ECHA. So we have this overview. Really, again, lawyers, forgive me, the problem comes when we try to put all the pieces together, that we want to see something, but we can't. the colleagues want to do something, but of course the procedure is different. So I thank you very much for the suggestion. Maybe we can improve it, what we are doing. See, there are really things that we can implement as simply as you say. But thanks for the idea. We'll try to elaborate further whether we can have anything. And the joint mandate is indeed the step further. So now there's our situation with the coordination. Then there is your coordinator, and then there could be joint mandates. So maybe we can do something halfway through. But thank you so much also for the positive message. We didn't want to be critical. We are here with the spirit of continuous improvement, as quality people would say, continuous improvement. Thank you so much.
And yes, maybe last thank you. Indeed, that's good that this objective assessment also of the situation is made by industry. I mean, recognize the achievement which have been done over the past 20 years. I mean, when we look at the workload, indeed, to implement the biocide legislation, because we go from disinfectants to preservatives to insecticides to anti-fouling paints to repellents against mosquitoes, so a variety of issues with each time sometimes a lot of discussion on how to tackle those issues. You've seen the figures as well over the past 10 years, around 15,000 products authorized on the EU market, and that figure is underestimated, so a lot has been achieved indeed. But still, a lot still needs to be achieved. I mean, still a lot of work for the review program. We have discussed a lot with the member states, and you say, okay, focus on what you have. That's what we have succeeded to achieve with the member states on agreeing to not apply new guidance that are being developed for the review program. That has not been an easy discussion, indeed. I mean, being 27 to find an agreement on certain measures, that's not always easy. And indeed, as said Manuela, sometimes the difficulty comes when we try to reconcile everything. Because you want to be pragmatic, sometimes certain decisions, but we are born also with a law that we need to apply.
Thank you, Ludovic. Okay, I see Adar jumping in too, even. The lady down there was the first, so please.
Yes, hello, my name is Ilona Den Hartog from Nourion. And you see that a lot of active substances are disappearing, so there's a real need for innovation. And I wanted to check with the Commission if they have the intention to facilitate innovation, because at this moment it's quite difficult to get a business case approved if there's no data protection, if there's an evaluation period of 10 to 15 years. So is there any intention for Commission, for instance, to implement a tonnage-based approach for new active substances, so that you have dossier requirements linked to REACH, where you have the tonnage-based approach?
Thank you for the question. So, innovation.
Yes, so concerning your first comment on active substances disappearing, actually, I do not share the same assessment as you. I mean, we have not seen a lot of active substances disappearing in the recent years. I mean, there has been a review program. When it was set up, indeed, a lot of substances were identified. Many of them were not supported. Whether they were really used a lot for biocidal purposes, I mean, that was question marks. But in the recent years, there has not been a lot of disappearance on active substances in the review program, basically.
A lot of renewals, for a lot of substances, no renewals are submitted, for instance.
Sorry?
For a lot of active substances, there are no renewals
for the renewals. Yeah. I mean, so on this, there can be various reasons why renewals are not applied for. When you look at which substances are not renewed, I mean, that you can find in the public documents that we produce for each meeting, several of them meet either exclusion or substitution criteria. So for which there is an incentive and a wish, actually, indeed, from co-legislator to substitute these substances. So whether they are not supported because not enough resources to support them, or because the market also naturally shift, I mean, that is very difficult to answer. Now, concerning the specific question on innovation, I mean, there are also provisions in the BPR concerning that are aimed to give incentive indeed for the development of new active substances. For instance, with longer data protection period, because the new active substances, they are not concerned about this 2025 deadline, for instance. The period of data protection is 15 years instead of the normal 10 years for the existing substances. So there are a number of measures, but it's true. I mean, it's very challenging, and I mean, prior for you indeed also to innovate. It's not only a question of regulatory burden. Sometimes it's also a question of science. Is it possible indeed to develop, to find new solutions, new substances to sort out a specific issue? So that are various problematics. And last point on this, at Commission level, we have certain programs to also provide money to stakeholders to develop new active substances. There is what we call the Horizon Europe 2030, I think. That also provides possibilities for stakeholders to make some proposals in terms of development of chemicals and possibly biocides, and needs to be used. And within Commission, we are also discussing with the other services and directorate following these topics in order to be able to bring also attention on the biocide area.
Thank you. Boris?
Thank you. I would like to also comment on this one, because that loss of active substances that we looked on in a very specific way, and there are different mechanisms, but now we reached upon the one on the renewals. And if you dare look at the figures, it's really more than 1/3 that is not where, well, the applicant went to all lengths to get this first approval, but then at the subsequent renewal, there's no submission for a renewal application submitted. And when you look at the figures, you cannot just put it on the fact that, yes, it's BPD substances, there were no exclusion criteria, or in general, it's substitution exclusion. There's around 40% of substances that are not renewed or no application for renewal is submitted are not either exclusion or substitution. And I think if you focus on last year, it's close to 100% that are non-substitution nor exclusion. So it's not that linear. There is something, and when we talk to our members who were the companies who did not support the renewal for the substance, the answers were unanimous that it's economic drivers, that there's no more business case to support the substance. It doesn't say anything about the need or the value of the substance. It's a pity it gets lost, but it's just not viable to support. And that's what we call the uncontrolled loss of active substances. And it's a pity that that's not monitored, because that's random. It's not based on the substance or the use. And it's often the niche users that are the first suffering. And it's not because your use is small that it doesn't mean that it's important or big for society. It's just a small business, but it's an important use. And those are filtered out first, and they are just disappearing in silence. And let's hope not that in 5 or 10 years, all of a sudden we notice as society that we are missing them, but then it's too late. They are gone. The production facility is closed. So we cannot just in emergency situations say, okay, we give you an emergency approval. They are gone, and society hopefully will never really experience it, but we fear that there will be moments that society will experience the negative impact of that one. So that's really a call to everyone to look at it, to monitor it, because it's happening randomly without any real thing that it says about efficacy or the need.
Thank you. Indeed, the completion and innovation is an issue. There was another participant asking for the floor. Yes, please.
My name is Genevieve Faherty. I'm from Citrifine. I'm a regulatory affairs director for the company. I just wanted to address, I think it carries on from this point about data protection being one of the reasons why companies maybe don't have the business case, and to address Mr. Chatelain's point about Article 95 listing coming in kind of, and then the compromise of having the end of data protection being 10 years after. Industry had come back with a proposal that looked at trying to just provide data protection for newer data, such as endocrine disruptor data and the like that has been generated or been required since the 2015 date. So this is new data that was never considered before. And I see that as a really good compromise to that question. So the old data okay, this is lost. That data protection is gone, even though the substance isn't approved. But new data that was not even a requirement in 2015 could see some data protection. And I think having a way for that data to get some protection will really encourage industry to go forward developing data more quickly, developing the data that's really needed to prove the safety and for people and the environment.
Thank you for the question. So you relate innovation and data protection, but I understand the question is critical for the Commission.
Thank you. So indeed, we are aware of this proposal. I mean, this is also being reflected on at Commission level. So I have no particular announcement to make today on this, but the proposal is well noted.
Yes, if there are no further questions, but there is one question that maybe Ludovic can jump in. Why does it take so long for the Commission to issue a decision after the committee and the applicant has done their part? We are taking 2-3 years with things at the Commission with no update or progress whatsoever. Still.
Well, again, I do not share that assessment of the situation, I have to say, because for actually most of the substances, the decision at Commission level, they are taken between 4 to 6 months after we receive a BPC opinion. And that's the time needed for our internal processes to discuss with the member states, to produce a text which is consulted by all the services within the Commission and then voted in a committee with the member states. So when you look at the administrative time to carry out all these steps, actually 4 to 6 months, it's quite a good achievement, I have to say. Well, and there can be indeed cases where it takes more time than these 4 to 6 months. And most of the time, these are the substances which meets the exclusion criteria, for which under the whole process, we were carrying out public consultation on the availability of alternatives and on whether or not the views from stakeholders would be that the substance would meet or not the derogation criteria. Then we need to analyze the case, all the data, have discussion with the member states, sometimes several rounds of discussions in order to agree or not whether the criteria are met. And if met, then for which uses they are met, and then if they are met for these uses, under which condition we need to renew the substance. So it's true that for these substances, it takes more time. But I would not necessarily say also 2 to 3 years, except maybe specific cases where we had to ask, and for instance, that has happened for just a couple of substances, more precision from ECHA, for instance, on the question of alternatives. But I would say on the regular basis, we are pretty fast actually as adopting the decision on the active substances. And I think later there will be discussion this afternoon concerning union authorization, and for that we can maybe discuss also of the time of decision for the Commission.
Yeah, thank you, Ludovic. And well, we have to appreciate that in some cases, the way VPC needs to come to a conclusion is quite convoluted because of the complex history of the case, and some additional information is needed for which we receive mandate by the Commission under Article 75(1)(g). And this is because of the long history and also the different the way they position a different part. But indeed, there is a room for improvement. We want to focus very much in the opinion forming to accept only cases that are ready and to have also opinion that fully support the Commission in taking a prompt decision. I see that there is one question in Slido about a common platform for all the guidance. And I want to touch base this point because it is a well-recognized issue. In Biocide, we have reference document of different types, and the situation is quite fragmented. You have agreement that are made at the level of guidance, other that are made at the level of coordination group, other that are very relevant at the level of CA meeting that are in Circa. And we have been considering how to support the navigation of all these documents. We have also published for the time being at a table that's helped to recognize what are relevant documents for each topic. We are working at the level of refreshment of the website, because it will be a major work to help the access to different documents that I say are different nature, but they are also in different places. I found recently that artificial intelligence can help very much. So I think that some of the solutions that we had in mind in a couple of years became quite outdated, because artificial intelligence can do a lot. I see now that we are running toward the end of the session. There is a coffee break that is waiting for us. I want to thank all the participants for the good question. I had the impression that there is a good open atmosphere, and all the panelists for replying, and the good discussion, and the speaker. I think that it was quite fruitful, and it paved the way for a good collaboration for the time forward. But now the coffee break for everyone. Thank you. Yes, Peter is telling me we have to be back at 12. So we have 30 minutes for a good coffee break.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the coffee break. I hope you had a good break and nice exchanges. We are trying to keep the time also for the many participants online so that they can keep also, you know, they know when to expect that we will start. And in this second session, we will be focusing on the IT tools for the Biocide's implementation and what will be the future developments on that. And we have a number of speakers on this topic from ECHA. And the first speaker will be Roberto Gidioli from the Biocides units, who will be talking about the plans for the Biocides IT tools evolution. Please, Roberto, go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Happy to open the IT session of this event. And I would like to build on the title of the presentation, which says evolution. And actually, there is a question on which we might try to respond in this presentation. What do we mean by IT tools, Biocides IT tools evolution? So it's an IT presentation, so I will not go through some complex algorithms, but I would rather talk about users' needs. So this is the basis of our evolution. And I will describe you also the plans on how we plan to improve our IT tools based on users' needs. In order to do that, I will go briefly through the landscape of the current IT tools that we have. Then I will try to describe the needs of the stakeholders that we have identified over time during the years, and also based on that, all the plans that we have in order to address the needs as much as possible. So very quickly, we all know that placing biocidal products on the market imply different actions. So there is the active substance aspect that we have been also talking in the previous session. Then after the active substance has been approved, or it is in the context of the review program, there is a need to use it for applying in authorization for a product. And all of that should be done through IT tools, the use of IT tools. IT tools are needed because they are the location where data can be stored, and also decision can be stored and then distributed, disseminated to the public. They are also secure places where direct communications can happen. So which is the landscape of our IT tools? So Euclid is the one which is the repository of scientific information. In the context of our submission system, information should be provided through dossiers for both active substances and products, where all the studies and all the relevant information for the assessment are contained. And also there is another Euclid file since last year, which is the SPC, the summary of product characteristic, which has to be submitted through the system. R4BP3 is the system where the processes are implemented, and the workflows, processes in terms of workflows, which are the ones that are needed in order for applicants to submit information and also for authorities for managing the applications. So over time, we have been, now it's about more than 10 years that R4BP is available. SPC we mentioned, previously was in the editor, now it's in Euclid. We have been collecting needs from stakeholders on the different IT tools, which are also related to not only Euclid, but there are also IT tools which are related to the scientific assessment. I will go through that later. So we grouped the needs that we have been identifying in the different stakeholder groups, and there are obviously different needs, but some are, let's say, similar and groupable, and this allows us to, let's say, identify solutions for addressing those needs. Industry is certainly interested, as much as authorities, to have, let's say, updated legislation requirements implemented in the workflows, But also predictability is an important aspect. So predict a positive outcome of a submission is important. Tools obviously should be user-friendly as much as possible, and reuse information in order not to waste time spent for this is a very important aspect, as much as security and confidentiality in the submission and in the data that are maintained. Authorities are also interested, of course, in user-friendliness of IT tools. They are also interested in the data elaboration aspect of the IT tools for comparing information, generating reports, having an additional layer on the data that are available, which are based on data mining, and also, again, efficiency and security are quite relevant for authorities. ECA introduces another aspect, since we are developing the tools in collaboration with our contractors, that there should be obviously something which is implemented in a cost-effective manner, because there are indeed different implementation, and there is also the maintenance aspect of the tools. But obviously there is also the aspect of alignment with other IT tools. So the IT tools for biocides are not the only ones that ECA is managing. There are also the ones for the other legislation. So it's needed to find some compromise between the different implementation exactly for cost-effective reasons. Also, reporting and data mining are quite important, so there is a need to, let's say, implement something which is usable for that. And also dissemination is quite relevant because we have an obligation for that, and so we are maintaining and building and improving the dissemination system. Interested public, by interested public I mean maybe university, general public, or academia that are interested, or other let's say industry relevant stakeholders that could be interested. They are let's say on the accessible and searchable aspect more focused on when looking at our data, and also they have to be certainly updated fast on the basis of the information which is managed through the processes and the decisions. So how do we plan to address the needs? We try to group them into a number of dimensions that are listed in the slide. So there are aspects related to legislative updates, submissions that have to be facilitated, data quality, which was key and important aspect that has been also discussed in the previous session, and then the other aspects related to cost-effective implementation and dissemination. I will try to go one by one to describe our plans for that. So legislative updates for our submission system are for BP3. There are new regulations which are going to be updated this year and next year. So the same Biocidal Product Regulation, fee regulation, change regulation. These are implying adaptations to our workflows that are in a way implemented and made available to all the parties that are managing the tools. And at the same time, there are also adaptations that are related to other implementation, particularly to the ones related to Euclid that I will describe in these slides. Predictability was an aspect that was described and mentioned earlier. So validation assistant, and this will be maybe the focus of the next presentation that will come in this session, is an important element in which we are investing on in order to make sure that the outcome could be predicted quite easily by the applicants by using the validation assistant in Euclid whenever they are building their dossier and reporting the data in there. Reuse of data is an aspect which will also be touched upon in the next presentation. So now that we have data in Euclid dossier and we have data in SPC, both in Euclid, then there should be a way to transfer information from one, let's say, document to the other to prevent duplications and make the process a little bit more efficient. So we will certainly invest on that. We are also working to, and we will be working on enhancing the structure format in Euclid by extending let's say, there is a work currently on the table of content that you might be aware of on the Euclid dossiers. We will enforce the validation rules, and this is also part of the presentation. This is in the direction of improving data quality, starting from renewals for active substances, but then with plans to expand this in the future. And also, and this will be part of the presentation in the third presentation of this session, promote the preparation of assessments via T2. So this is a little bit more long-term as a plan, because it implies that information is available in Euclid. It implies that there are tools to automatically generate all the documents that are relevant, and also that they are, let's say, well combined with our submission system in a way that they are working. But certainly this is an aspect that we are focusing on in the future, as well as enhancing the comparison features, maybe through the use of AI. This is something that we have been starting to discuss now, but certainly the comparison could also be done already with the tools that are available, and that could be, let's say, made more powerful and more precise in the comparison. IT development, you might have heard about this let's say, vision of ECHA to go towards, let's say, a more integrated way of developing IT tools. We are obviously leveraging on that. We had already done some, let's say, actions in the context of the development of R4BP3 by, let's say, using a communication module, for instance, which is shared with ReachIT, with the other submission tools. We discussed about the transition from the SPC from the editor to Euclid, and these are examples, but there are, let's say, other plans to go towards this modularity, so having a common, let's say, software application that could be reused by the different IT tools, submission tools of ECHA. And that would go towards this direction of, let's say, reducing the maintenance cost and making more efficient. Certainly, at the same time, we need to make sure that the current features are maintained and there are no disruption to that. So this is also something very important. And we discussed about usability. There is a project also on that respect, and also on the collaboration features that are related to other tools that are making possible the co-working between authorities and ECHA and industry to make more efficient the evaluation process. And then dissemination. Dissemination is also quite an important aspect. It is a kind of big cap which is implying a number of activities on the background. So there was recently the deployment of ECHA for REACH. So we started discussing with this project internally in order to benefit from the experiences of that and make sure that this is something that could be also applied to biocides, knowing that there are also some problems to solve in order to that direction. For instance, the quality of the data, the completeness of the data. So these are all aspects that have to be taken into account and might push this solution a little bit forward in time. SPC in Euclid has brought a lot of information in a structured format, so we could use that for enhancing dissemination. And all of this is essentially something that could also be combined with confidentiality. So confidentiality is something that now is, for instance, in submission just flagged, but doesn't have some kind of transition into the dissemination. So this is the work that we are trying to invest on, so to make sure that whenever an applicant has flagged something as confidential in an application, the authorities have cross-checked that this is actually the real and valid confidentiality flag, then this would not go into dissemination. And then, obviously, as a campaign described, will be touched upon in the next presentation, promote submission of data in Euclid, because none of that aspects could be possible if we don't have information in Euclid available. So this is a kind of very rough timeline of the most important closer events that we are planning. So Euclid format enhancement and also legislative update response, which is more or less related to the development of R4BP3. Then the discussion about validation rule, we start to be enforced next year. It would also be presented in the next presentation. And then, as mentioned, the dissemination is an aspect which will require very long discussion and different aspects to be taken, but certainly we need to start and try to build on the system and the consideration that we have just done. So just 3 key takeaways. So based on your feedback, our IT tools will be improved, and we will try to do that in all the directions that I've been describing. We, based on this, on the stakeholders' needs, which are very important to us, and for this reason, it's very important that you keep providing feedback in events like this one through our help desk, via our functional mailboxes and all the opportunities that you have in order to let us know what are the most important aspects for your work. Thank you for this.
Thank you, Roberto. I think it is very clear that we take IT support for the implementation of the Biocidal Products Regulation very serious at ECHA, starting with, of course, the data, having the data, making it fit for purpose for exchange, but also facilitating all the processes and the cooperation and the dissemination. So there's a lot ongoing and a lot in the pipeline, so that's good to see. The next speaker is Jochen Mattes from ECHA, also from the Biocides team, who will tell us more about the advancements in putting data on biocides in Euclid. Jochen, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. And also, Roberto, thank you very much for leading to this presentation. So I'm in charge for increasing the quality of Euclid, of the data in Euclid. And I will present how I'm going to do this, or how we are going to do this in a collaborative way. Before starting, however, I thought we make it a little bit more interactive, and we will start with a poll. So if you have not been connected yet to Slido, please connect to Slido. You can just raise your mobile phone, I see. And this is not now that a picture is taken of me, but here of the QR code, then you get into Slido. And then I would like to know, or we would like to know, what kind of Euclid user you are. Are you an expert of Euclid and ask me about it? Or are you a thorough user? I'm a fan. So, or are you using Euclid from time to time or not at all? And these are the different options. We get the results right away. I thought to have the results only later at the end of the presentation, but I see you are very active already. And balance like a good formula seems to be on the top. Thank you very much. We can have a look at the end of the presentation as well. So I welcome, of course, all you here in the house, but also the ones which are online. And with this, I wanted to show also the stickers. So we have been stickers here in the room that you can put on your chest, and you get into contact with other people and talk about it. It's like an icebreaker. And I see some laughing. That's good. So here are the stickers, they were on the table, and then also the ones online get something to laugh at. Yeah, so the outline of my talk is to increase the use of Euclid in the active substance processes. I will explain a bit how we are developing the validation assistant to help you to find out easily whether you have been fulfilling all the information requirements, and for everybody to automatize the process a lot better. So from the beginning of the pipeline to the end, to the dissemination, and we will start with validation rules in the renewal of active substances. I will then finalize with the business rules and the important message, so you can take it away already now. For the renewal of process from 2026, you will need to have the approval data recorded in Euclid as well for the renewal starting from 2026. So increasing the use of Euclid. You use Euclid already in many processes, and Roberto was saying it as well, for the SPC editor, for example, for the products authorization, and also in the new active substances. However, the excess behind these validation rules, they have not been enveloped, they have been put aside a bit, and so we need to do this now. And we are going to do this for the renewal process, as I was saying. And you know, a lot of data is not yet in there, and that's the data of the review program. And we hope that in the future, we will convince you to be a fan of Euclid and use also for the renewal your data in Euclid format. So that will help the entire process and hopefully also speed up the process. So we need to have the data in a uniform way, and I refer also to Manuela in the morning. She has been saying that it's important to have sharing, access, and use of data. And this we have, of course, then also in Euclid, if we have there the right data. We are working also very closely with EFSA together. We have very similar dossier types also, and you will see that then as well. So we need your support to put the data into Euclid. So it's a big task to go through the different studies, to make the summaries and to record them well in the Euclid, but the outcome will be very useful for everybody to automatize process. And then I refer also to the next presentation, because the data can then also be used for making the exposure and risk assessment in a sort of automatized way. And of course, we will need it also for some substance assessment, and it's a continuous process. So you will have more and more data. It doesn't stop with one approval or one renewal. You always, after 10 years, 20 years, you need to look again what you are having, and the data will be much larger. So you will need to automatize this data. I remind you again of the poll. If you have not yet done the poll, please click there and see what kind of user you are. And we continue. So developing the validation assistant. So our aim is to get all the Euclid, all the Biocides data in the Euclid, and our way of doing is also with the ECA strategy, is in collaboration with you all together. This collaboration, of course, needs to also then finalize to get into the rules then better done. And for that, we have been consulting with the competent authorities in 2023. So we have established a roadmap for better Euclid use in the biocides processes. And here we have agreed that we would be setting up these validation rules. If you click on this QR code, so there's not a poll, there's not too interactive, but then you get directly to the Circa BC site, the public Circa BC site, where you would find the document. So maybe not some people are laughing, but I talked to many people who have not yet opened the Euclid dossier. And yes, indeed, so the validation assistant is on the right-hand side of the Euclid. So many of you know that. So when you press this button, then different rules are automatically checked. And so we are developing the rules behind it so that they are coming. So far, there are only two rules, the business rules for the biocidal product dossier and the biocidal active substance dossier. And we are developing a lot more. And there also, we are relying on the organization in the house of our Euclid colleagues and of our validation assistant colleagues who are working for many other legislation as well. So when you click the validation button, and this you might have seen, then you get such a report. It's a validation assistant report, which is automatized. You know that. So I see there's a quite of difference of knowledge. Then you have this validation assistant report, which is explaining all the different rules which are failing or not failing. You have also the possibility to export that validation assistant report so that you can better group it. You can group it for your experts, for example, or you could group it for the biocidal product, for the active substance, and these kind of different possibilities are given there. you find all the rules which have been developed and implemented. So right now we have implemented these rules all as quality rules. So they are not rejecting the dossier, but they are just a quality rule for you to see whether all the rules are being fulfilled. These rules are publicly available on the Euclid website, where we have also all the other validation rules, for example, for the Drinking Water Directive or also for the Poison Center notifications. It's on the Euclid website under Products and then Validation Rules. And if you click then there, then you get an Excel sheet, and there you have the different parts for the biocidal product, the validation rules, which are in there. So, and then now the final part of my presentation is that we are intending to have the business rules starting from 2026 for the renewal of active substances. So there should be then also the approval data. It's referring with the same QR code to the same document in the CA that we have been agreed in 2023. And so starting from 2026, all renewal applications should be having the approval data recorded in Euclid. Yeah, so this is already the end. I'm a little bit earlier, but maybe my colleague will then, or we have more time for questions then also. So if you are a renewal applicant, make sure to see already now, get acquainted. Many maybe are already acquainted with Euclid, but for the ones who are not, get acquainted with the quality rules already right now. They're constantly updated. We are going to have the next release now for the Euclid at the end of this shortly, and also for the renewal applicants. So if you are not the same one as in the approval, then try to get in contact with the approval so that you can get the studies then to report in the renewal process. So, and then tomorrow we are going to have the workshop, of course, and I would like to invite you there also. So I would be going with you through all the quality rules that are in the Excel sheet that you're finding there. We would be going click by click, making Euclid dossier and seeing how these rules are being fulfilled or not fulfilled, so that you get an impression how to use it then also for the other rules which are coming in there. Yeah, and now I had foreseen the result of the poll to see what kind of Euclid user you are. So I see 37, that's interesting. So yes, so quite a lot of novice people. So please come tomorrow to the meeting and see how we are building a Euclid dossier one by one. And we see that also that many of you are balanced like a good formula. I think that's of course very great and helps also for collaboratively increasing the quality in Euclid. Thank you very much. I think I'm at the end.
Thank you very much, Jochen. And it is clear Euclid is the future, the now and the future, right? For the data for biocides.
For sure, yes.
Thank you very much.
And not just for biocides, but for also all the other legislations as well.
Very good. And that will help a lot the data exchange and the common data platform in the future as well. Thank you very much. Okay, in the next presentation, we'll be looking at the KESAR platform for biocides and where we are on that project. And of course, Adriana Lipkova, who is our ECHA colleague, again from the biocides team, will tell us all about it, what is KESAR and what we are doing there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My presentation will not be as interactive as Jochen's, but I have included quite some animation, so I keep you entertained anyway. So to start with the presentation, I need to say that this is a KESAR platform project, is a project which started quite some years ago already. So we've spent quite some time and quite some energy into the application. It is still not finished, but I think it's quite justified because it is very complex software dealing with very complex content. So what is it? KESAR platform is a central platform for chemical safety assessment and reporting for REACH, BPR, and possibly for other regulations in the future. Chemical safety assessment is something which is a term known in the REACH regulatory area, but in the context of biocides, this means simply exposure and risk assessment. It's a platform which brings together and allows interaction with various exposure models, whether they are embedded in the software or outside of the software. And it covers the environmental and human health risk assessment in relation to all the stages in the life cycle of substances and possibly also mixtures in the future. As you see, there is some text in gray, which simply is about the fact that for the first version of the KESA platform, which we intend to release in the near future, for biocides, we are not yet able to cover the human health risk assessment, and we are not yet able to cover the mixtures. So the first release will be purely dealing with one single substance at a time. Mixtures, of course, would be something which would be really useful for biocides because we have biocidal products. So it would be really nice that the tool could model the risk assessment for multiple substances at a time. That means multiple substances in parallel. This is something which would be a future possible development for KESA platform. KESA platform will be automatically generating necessary reports. For each, it is the chemical safety report. And for biocides, in the first version, obviously, we plan to be able to generate CAR or some kind of a version of a CAR. And in the future, it would be a PAR. Now, let's take a look at this little picture, which shows how the different IT tools interplay with KESA platform. In the center of the picture, there is this blue bubble, which is actually the external libraries which the KESA platform works on, which we are building within ECHA. These are in principle the lists and the libraries of emission scenario documents, which are often nowadays, obviously, as you know, updated by technical agreements for biocides. So on the left-hand side, there is Euclid, and this is something what Jochen and Roberto already mentioned, that we want to reuse the data information which would be put in Euclid. And yes, indeed, KESA platform will be syncing with Euclid to obtain the physchem properties and the other the degradation information on the substance, accumulation properties of the substance, and takes this information into the KSR in order to perform and do calculations for the risk assessment purposes. For each, at minimum, you have this arrow also going backwards into this red bubble. It is possible that the data is also sent back to Euclid, in particular on the results of the risk assessment. You don't have to use Euclid when using with the KSR platform. Don't get scared. It's fine if you don't have Euclid, because there will be a possibility also to enter the information on the substance properties and the hazard behavior, also manually, substance by substance. On the right-hand side, there is the green bubble, which is reflecting the fact that there are internal exposure estimation tools within the KSR platform, mostly based on EUSIS and ECHA guidance, but also there is a possibility to track the use of external exposure estimation tools. So be it, for example, Focus Pearl, Focus Surface Water, which may be used to estimate the concentrations in the compartments. These tools can be systematically tracked when you are building your map of uses and scenarios in the KSR platform. KSR platform will be a tool which will be expected to be used by industry, by applicants, and whenever you create your KSR platform file, you can actually send that file together with your application to the authorities, and authorities can review that file, amend this file, update it, and then actually use that updated file in the process. What I've forgotten to say, obviously, the blue part at the bottom of the slide is that it will not only work with KSR platform files, but we will have a Word file or PDF file of the reports, which is, in our case, in particular of interest, that means we will have CARs and PARs in the future. Now, this is a little bit of a theory of the environmental risk assessment. As many of you may know, there are few basic steps. First, there is a hazard assessment, which is marked here on the left-hand side as number 1, or effect assessment as mostly known in Biocide's context, where there are studies which are being reviewed, and on the basis of the laboratory studies, the assessors derive so-called predicted non-effect concentrations. In step 2, when the uses of the substance are described, one has to calculate what are the amounts of the substance released to a given compartment. So the assessor needs to derive so-called e-local compartment. That's the step 2A emission estimation. In step 2B, we suggest that one needs to do the so-called fate and distribution modeling. That means the substance gets degraded, or it gets hydrolyzed, or it gets accumulated, and we have to take into account in order to calculate the predicted environmental concentration per given compartment. And then finally, there is a step 3, where the PNEC derived from step 1 and predicted environmental concentrations derived in step 2 are compared in order to find the risk characterization ratio. So that's what we know by now. Now, how it looks like in the context of the KESAR platform tool. When you look on the gray text, it's purposely put in gray because this is not something what KESAR platform does, the hazard assessment. It only takes the outcomes of the hazard assessment. That means the PNECs and the agreed FISCEM characteristics or other characteristics, removal characteristics of the substance. So that those characteristics, they should be derived and described how this happened in Euclid. But the information is fetched to KESAR platform. Whenever you update Euclid, KESAR platform also gets the updated information. The steps 2 and 3, they are completely then implemented in KESAR platform. When it comes to reporting, then we have a little bit of an issue. So the reporting which will come from the KESAR platform will cover only the steps 2 and 3, which is in fact the CAR sections B and C, exposure assessment and risk assessment. We are missing, nevertheless, the red part, the part on the hazard assessment, which actually should be subject to the development of Euclid, not KESAR platform. Now, why we have KESAR platform? We understand that there is an issue when it comes to being in the modern world for biocides. We have EUC software, which is very outdated. It's not very complete either, even though we try to update it with the version 2.2.0. Then, in the meantime, ECHA tried to also help the users and the assessors with so-called calculation Excels, which are on the ECHA website, to support the emission calculations. But these are emission rates mostly, and in some cases there are also calculated concentrations in the compartment. But nevertheless, they definitely miss the part on the risk characterization ratios. Also, it's a lot of copying and pasting from one tool to actual CAR. And then we are aware that the member states, they have own calculation tools which they prefer. So there is no way to keep track of what is where, is it up to date, and so on. That's why we took on board this ambition to develop a tool which would be possible to keep updated and which is sufficiently transparent and flexible and expandable. And for rich users, if there are in the room people who are rich users of KESAR, KESAR platform will replace also KESAR 3. Now, where we are in the project, we are in the white part where you see the red arrow. But just to explain that the project took quite some time and quite some energy because we've done a number of things. For instance, we looked at the guidances of REACH and Biocide. As you know, there are different guidances for the exposure and risk assessment for these regulatory frameworks. So we looked at those, how well they are still aligned, because there was some long time ago when they were one and the same document. So we look at whether we need to align anything. Then there were a number of scientific changes, in particular in the biocide world, which we needed to discuss whether they would be of relevance for the update of these guidance documents overall. Then also we noted that in particular for the exposure assessment for biocides, we have lots of exposure scenarios, and they are very outdated, and there are many updates which came in the past 20 years on those. So we needed to harmonize the way how they look, to harmonize the terminology, to harmonize the approaches in which we calculate certain things, and so on and so on. So quite an extensive work took place before we were able to implement the project itself, the IT part. So, and during the implementation, or in the context of implementation, it's important to say that in this project, we took quite a unique approach where we split the IT functionalities development from the content building. So the IT functionalities, they are taken care of by the contractors, IT contractors, but when it comes to the risk assessment part and the content of the tool that the users will see on the screens, that's going to be built by ECHA. It has been built, and we will continue updating and changing that content whenever it's needed. We also in this way understand what is in the background, what the thing is calculating and why it's calculating. And then also important to mention that we are also defining what the report should look like so that it fits the purposes of the regulatory processes. As said, we are in the testing stage, or we have done quite some testing internally, but the external testing is ahead of us, and we assume that it should happen this year, possibly in Q2 or Q3. And the release, I don't dare to say when, but we hope soon. As I mentioned already, yes, indeed, we plan a testing session where we want people to come to Helsinki for a couple of days, and this would be followed by testing happening at home from their workplaces. Now, here the overview of the benefits and conclusions and what happens next. So this is more or less a summary of my presentation. We believe that the KESA platform will facilitate standardization, consistency, transparency of risk assessment. It has a great potential to automate risk assessment process. It communicates with other tools, as I've mentioned, with Euclid, and it supports tracking of external standalone tools to be used for exposure assessment, and possibly also will incorporate in the future external exposure estimation tools, which is also a possibility. It will generate a report fit for regulatory purposes, so that's possibly stop to manual copying and pasting and constant issue with correctness of the data. The content will be updated by ECHA, as I've mentioned, by scientific staff of ECHA, so this allows that it can be done without delays and dependencies on IT development. So it gives us great flexibility. It brings together two regulations again, which is also a good sign. And last but not least, it improves efficiency for biocides. And next, as I've mentioned, we are for one substance and for environment, we are well on track. We still miss some amount of content to get into the tool, but in any case, that would not stop us from the release. And then the major roadmap block still on our view is the human health assessment, adding it into the tool, and possibly in the future product assessment. With that, thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Adriana, and not only for this presentation, but also for the hard work that you have been doing together with the IT colleagues to progress the work on KESAR. It's a quite complex piece of work that is ongoing, and we really hope that we can bring it to a good end and then share it with you as well in the near future. So with that, we finalize the three presentations that we had on this topic of the IT tools, and we have time now for a Q&A session. So I would invite people from the room. If you have any questions, please take the floor. When you take the floor, please tell us who you are and where you work. And we will also be looking at any questions that might come from online. And then, of course, the colleagues here are ready to answer your questions. So please go ahead if you have any questions.
Hello, Tine van den Broek from Apeiron. I had a small question on the use of the validation assistant. We have been using the tool for a long time, more in a REACH context. And from that, we see that, well, the use of the tool and the validation assistant is very useful because you add all the information which is necessary, but as a consequence, we also, within REACH, do not add the actual study data anymore, which because the robust study summary should be enough for the authorities to evaluate that as a standalone document. How would that work within the Biocide? Because if thinking of efficiency, what we talked about also this morning, I think if we need to make full robust study summaries without any faults, but then the authorities will still look at all the study reports, I think it's a bit double up potentially. Obviously, still you have the advantage of the KSAR later on, but what would be the aim there?
Yeah, thank you very much for asking this very relevant question. And here we see how the different legislations are living a certain different culture. Huh? And for the biocides world, I believe that everything is concentrated on the studies. So the studies are the most important. Of course, we want to have the study summarized and we want to have the data to have reported in Euclid in the right way. But nonetheless, for the biocides, I would not see any view in the near future that it would be acceptable from the different authorities not to have the studies available. I think we have been living a long time also without the studies in the review program. There, the studies are only left at the evaluating competent authority and might only be available to the other ones later. But nonetheless, I see that the studies are very important still to have then really the proof that the data which is reported in the Euclid is also corresponding to the study reports. Thank you.
Thank you, Jochen. Are there other immediate questions from the floor here? Otherwise, we please.
Mats de Wolf, former ECHA staff, currently with REC MSc. A question on the KSAR platform. I think this is really a very nice and interesting development. And looking at your priorities, environment, hopefully mixtures, and then maybe human health. But your endpoint is a risk characterization ratio, and it's a deterministic risk characterization ratio. Are there any plans also to make the KSAR platform, maybe already in the context of KSAR, of REACH, capable of doing probabilistic risk assessment by entering distribution data on the uncertainty around the parameters and therefore also the uncertainty around your final risk characterization ratio?
I'm afraid I have to say in this context that not yet. So we are implementing current guidance. And as long as this is not part of the current guidance, we are sticking to the current guidance. And when there is a new development, we would look into that. But I mean, KSAR platform is a platform which can be modified in the way we want. So I believe it's possible. Or anything is possible with KSAR platform. But I mean, as long as the science is not there, the regulatory science is not there that we would use it, or the agreement that we would use it is not there, I think we stick with what we have in current guidance.
So if there are no immediate questions, maybe we can take some questions from Slido. There are a number of them on KSAR, as I see. One was related more on the assessment models. Maybe we could take the third one, which is will KSAR replace PT-specific exposure assessment models currently used?
I'm not really sure what is meant with the PT-specific exposure assessment models. I mean, we, again, as said, we are implementing KESA platform current guidance plus the technical agreements for biocides and whatever was there in the ESDs, in the emission scenario documents. That's what we are putting in the KESA platform today.
Thank you. So maybe we can take the second in line, which is, as or explicitly said, a bit provocative. So maybe, Jochen, if you would like to reflect on that. The evaluation of data on biocide is complex, having it in structural way, database might help, but it causes additional work. Is it worth investing time and money on that, or maybe tackling other challenges?
Yeah, thanks a lot also for this challenging question, whether it's worth it. It's a good question, of course. However, when you're making the hazard assessment, the effects assessment, of course, you're looking in the studies. So you're doing already for doing the evaluation and doing the evaluation of the entire endpoint, sort of a summary, at least in your head, that you're putting then also possibly in the report. And of course, it's necessary to have an overview, a transparent assessment of the hazard to see what was done and where it was ending to. So what you're putting into the calculations at the beginning and adding it out. If 10 years later you want to look at again what another person has been doing, so it would be much easier to have that already summarized in a good way and also in a similar way with other legislations and also maybe with the pesticides regulation and with the data platform. So yes, it's very well invested. The money we see also, I think it's the invested money for the automatization, for saving resources. It will not be that anybody will get unemployed because everything the IT tools are doing the assessment themselves, but of course we have to see and look into them and see how they're going through. So yes, thank you.
Thank you, Jochen. Indeed, also the aspect of data mining that was a little bit described is fundamental for the way work is also, let's say, managed in not only for biocides but all the IT tools. So certainly there is a return of investment in the long term. Maybe we can take another one on KESAR. They are the majority. So the second, I would say, so out of what the KESAR is outdated rapidly. Different approaches in each working group meeting. Adriana?
The second one.
Yeah, now the first one.
Now the first
it
one,
moved
okay.
On top.
This is, let's say, something which I've mentioned already also in the presentation. We are in ECHA the ones who would be updating the KESA platform whenever there is a new emission scenario or there is a new default or new pick list that people need to use from. So we should be the one who should be taking care of it. So we don't need to go through the IT development to change something. That should speed up the things. But I think what is important to say, what I heard in the morning, that we are dependent on resources. So if we have resources, we are able to do it fast. If we don't have the resources, unfortunately, that will be the consequence. So all follows from that. Maybe we take another question.
They are mostly on KESAR, so
yeah.
we have different aspects.
So the first one in the row, this is, to me, if I understand it correctly, again, talking about the same thing, whether we would have any new exposure models. This is not a task of the KESA platform currently, but it's important to say that we have a stakeholder community established on the KESA platform, which should come up with whatever developments that they would like to have in the future risk assessments. So they may propose amendments to guidance of REACH or to biocides. This would be discussed in that community, and we would have then integrated a new methods, scientific developments in the guidance. As long as it's not there, we would not implement things in KESA platform.
Maybe let's leave 30 seconds room from the floor here, if there is anyone that has an immediate question. Last opportunities, because we have a few minutes, 5 minutes left. So maybe otherwise, let's go to, you may select. you may select maybe one of the CASAR ones that address an aspect that has not been yet addressed so far.
Maybe I go to the last one, where there is a question whether the conclusions of the environmental... Oh, it jumped again. Where is it? Not anymore on the screen, so I will not take the last one. When it comes to the full implementation of CASAR, that's right now very difficult to say, as there are a bit of issues with performance that we are identifying. So it's all dependent on that. But I mean, it has been a many years project, and I'm afraid it will still take some time to get everything what we want. And I think it will be also continuous development. There are always things which we are happy to improve. Then, yeah, the question once again disappeared, which I wanted to answer. Fine. I mean, there was a question about the environmental working groups and AHE agreements. There, as you know, we have the technical agreements for biocides, which are supposed to be regularly updated as soon as there are agreements in the working groups or the AHE happening. And indeed, we are considering a process in which, when these agreements are agreed, that we would automatically do the updates to the CASAR platform, so that we would have aligned tool with the technical agreements of the AHE and the environmental working group.
I think all the aspects have been more or less touched upon. Maybe there is one question that I see related to when it is in a different topic, which is dissemination. So when it is expected dissemination of Euclid dose for biocidal product or active substance would start. Maybe I can start, then maybe if my colleagues would like to complement. This was part of the, let's say, the initial presentation. This type of objective implies a number of steps and activities to be performed in order to get there. First of all, it's very important that there is information in the Euclid dossiers, both for active substances and also products. And we know that there are some let's say, gaps at that level. We are working to altogether, let's say, remove this gap. Validation rules are an aspect that are, let's say, technically and automatically helping to get there, but obviously there are also, let's say, other initiatives of, let's say, following up to the completeness that are quite relevant. So based on that, there is a discussion ongoing internally to which aspect of the two give priority, and then certainly in a compatible way with the income of information, we will develop the systems in line with what has been done with DECAChem. But maybe, Jochen, you would like to complement?
No, I think you covered it already very well. So the start, of course, is to have the quality data in Euclid so that we have it there so that we can treat it and also further. I think you have been referring also that we try to harmonize the IT tools in ECHA and see that they are complementary and working with each other together, partly also with the pesticides together, and there would be then to see whether it could be included into the eChem portal at some time. And you are right, resources, of course, are always issues, priorities to see which ones to go first. But it's foreseen and it's on the radar, let's say. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think we got to the point that we can go for lunch. Maybe just one practical information. You might find on your badge the indication of which floor you might be, let's say, suggested to go in order to avoid queues, because we are quite many, so there are 2 floors and 2 locations where to go. So please follow the recommendations so that we make it a little bit faster.
Thank you very much to this panel again, and thank you for the high interest in the IT tools. It shows that we are on the right way on further developing these tools. Wish you a good lunch break, and please be back here at 2:30, please, right? Have a nice break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you had a nice break, a good opportunity to talk to others, to network. And we are back now for the third session of today. And this time we will be focusing on another main topic on biocidal products regulation implementation, which is focusing on the products authorizations. And the first speaker for this session is Javier Sanchez-Saiz. He's the head of unit for product authorization in ECHA. Please, Javier, go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much for the introduction. We have a new microphone here. Yes, it works. So, and yeah, I've been head of unit for 1.5 years now here in Biocide. So that means it's also my first stakeholders day for Biocide. And yeah, very happy that you are all here and very engaged with all these discussions we've been having in the breaks. So let's keep having another session with good energy. Here I'm going to talk to you about union authorization. And I planned my presentation with these 3 different main sections. So first, talking a bit about 10 years already now of union authorizations, time's flying, followed by some learnings and recommendations that we have from our side after all these experiences. And then also some information as well on what can you expect happening in the near future. So 10 years of union authorization, indeed, it's already 10 years since we received the first union authorizations in 2015. And as you all know, well, biocidal products require an authorization before they can be placed on the market. And also the active substance they include, they need to be approved previously. Union authorization has the aim to allow the placing on the market in the whole of the European Union in one go, provided that there are similar conditions of use of the product. And this was a possibility introduced by the BPR as an alternative for national authorization followed by mutual recognition. So here I wanted briefly to describe the overall process for those of you that are not so aware. You see that the first box starts with the submission of the application, but indeed the process starts well before that. It's when the applicant starts preparing, gathering all the information, seeing what are the data gaps, addressing those data gaps, finding and evaluating authority that agrees to do the work, discuss with them in pre-submission sessions, and then we also offer the service on a consultation to establish whether there are similar conditions of use. After all this work, which takes substantial time and is actually the key part of all this process is done, then there is the submission of the application where we do some format checks, and once we receive the relevant fee, we send the dossier back to the evaluating competent authority where they do a validation, which basically means seeing is the information that is supposed to be there. If not, requesting information from the applicant, and then moves to the evaluation, which is the core of the work, I will say, which ends in a draft assessment report and conclusions from that evaluation. And this, before actually sending it to the agency, is sent to the applicant for comments that then the evaluating competent authority needs to take into account. Then it comes to us here, to the European Chemicals Agency. We start the so-called opinion forming process. And yes, with the peer review of the Biocidal Products Committee, we have all the member states there represented. Eventually, the Biocidal Products Committee adopt the opinion, and then we send it to the Commission, and they are the decision maker for all this process. And then all this information is published. So this is in a nutshell the process, and I will be giving some recommendations later on some of these steps. This is why I thought it was useful to do a quick reminder on this. But some numbers, of course, talking about 10 years of union authorizations, I had to show here some numbers. So you see here 2 pie charts. In the first one, you see we received around 230 applications so far. And here, I'm counting applications and not products, as Klaus was explaining earlier this morning. Of which, of these around 230, we have around 150 still in progress. You see here also the distribution among member states on the evaluating competent authorities. And of course, what strikes first is that there is not an homogeneous distribution of the workload. There are certain competent authorities that are taking more than others, and you could say that maybe with a handful of authorities, or you already covered 2/3 of all the applications we have received. And this is probably what's behind also of some of the backlogs and bottlenecks that we see in this process, because there are, as you could already figured from this figure of 150 applications is still in progress. But this becomes a bit more obvious in this graph, where I basically distributed these 150 applications that are in progress by the different steps of the process and also by the year of submission of the application. So what this graph, this table is telling us is that there are substantial delays in terms of years, you can see there, and that the main bottleneck is in the evaluation. So yeah, I think this is what this graph shows. Now, I was talking about union authorizations, pure union authorizations. Then we also deal with other type of files where we also adopt opinions, and this is opinions on changes to those union authorizations. And here we see that the work is growing quite nicely. You see it in the graph there, mainly because of administrative changes, but also lately we start seeing contribution of minor changes and major changes coming up. And this, we foresee this is going to keep on growing as the more union authorization we have, obviously the more changes then happen on those union authorizations that need to go through this related process. On the second graph, you see some numbers on the same biocidal products. These are also opinions that we do when they are at union level. And you see there a peak in 2022. But if you add also the same biocidal products in parallel and in sequence in 2024, you get to similar levels. So yeah, workload is also quite consistent in this area. Now, after talking a bit about 10 years, focusing on learnings and recommendations, and this part of the talk, I have structured it in these different chapters, which try to follow up a bit the process. So recommendations on preparing your application, if I'm talking to applicants, submitting application, or also recommendations in the validation evaluation during the opinion forming process. And I wanted to have a chapter only on the SPC, the summary of product characteristics, and all the linguistic versions, because we see a number of issues there. So let's get started with this. So when preparing the application, what have we seen and what are recommendations that we can share with all of you? I think an obvious one is timely preparation is essential and good quality. And what is behind is that it's good to invest in this because the process itself is not meant to improve the application along the way. If we go into that, the result is what we are seeing of a number of backlogs. Agree also with the evaluating competent authority. This needs to be well in advance. And for this, we offer some help in our website where you can see the contact details of all the evaluating competent authorities, and also with some information on the national procedures, the national fees, and so on. So use that information to start the discussion with the competent authorities. We also, as I mentioned before, offer this service on a consultation before submission or to establish whether there are similar conditions of use or not. So you are all encouraged to do this, as you will get valuable information that will feed into your assessment whether your product has actually similar conditions of use and what member states think about that. Product family, yes, this has been the subject of quite a lot of focus in the previous years because it was causing a number of headaches. Basically, the message here is that the product family needs to comply with the definition. And the reason for that is that it needs to be manageable. It needs to be a family that is manageable to have a proper assessment by everybody in the process. The SPC, Summary of Product Characteristics, I will talk later on, but just to stress that this indeed very important elements is this will be part of the act, the legal act on your authorization. And in case you are a small or medium business, you can benefit from reduced fees. But for this, you actually need to request the confirmation of your size in advance. So it's something you need to put in your planning before submission. And then upon justification that you are actually SME, you can get reduced fees. So as I said, main message, submission of the full complete application is key here, as the time of the process should not be used for improving the application. On submission, I think you all know, this basically consists of the following elements that are there: Euclid dossier, the SPC, the Euclid dossier with all the data, or letter of access to have the permission to use the data. And by the way, we recently reviewed a practical guide we have on letter of access, which to clarify some certain aspects there. So it might be worth for those of you that are using letter of access to have a look at that. And then some supporting documents which are explained in these manuals that I took a picture of the cover there. R4BP 3 is the submission tool, but it's also the tool we use for all the official communications. So my main advice here is monitor your application regularly in R4BP. Make sure you get the automatic notifications that R4BP can send you, because this is the way of official communication. On the phases of validation and evaluation phase, I put them here together because the main recommendation we've seen learning from these years is that the regular contact with your authority is very important here. You need to have constant conversations with them. You can ask further clarifications if needed. Comply with the deadlines. They will be asking you to provide additional information if that's the case. But in any case, just ask questions if something is unclear. On the opinion forming phase, still this cooperation is essential, but here is with additional actors. Of course, between the applicant and evaluating competent authority is probably the main critical one, but here is also with us, with ECA, with the other member states in the BPC, and with the Commission as well. So there might be, since we keep this process we limit it to the deadline that is given in the BPR, which is 6 months, you might need to address the questions very swiftly to actually comply with the deadlines. And again, the SPC quality and including the translations play a role, but I will talk about this in a minute. So the main message from this slide is like, we all need to take the necessary steps to ensure a proper peer review. And this is very important since the authorization will be actually allowing you to place in the market in the whole of EU. It's not only for one country. Yeah, the topic of the SPC, which is creating quite a lot of work and in the critical phase of the last phases of the whole process. So for this, we have developed a number of documentation. First of all, the recommendations on preparing SPCs. And there you can see section by section of the SPC, what are our recommendations and our suggestions and where to pay attention to. We have also published the frequently used sentences in the SPC, including translations. So this includes across a range of product types is around 400 sentences that we have there that are ready to be used with translations. So this is a good tool to harmonize how they are described. And we also have an SPC quality checklist available. And maybe even if we go to some details, some of the things we've seen in this phase that are quite simple to fix in the SPC are paying attention, for instance, to the units. Sometimes we see problems with that. There is difference in how the units are reported, which might create surprises later on. There are also cases of train names, which might be confusing. We also see sometimes parts that are not properly translated, for instance, in special target organisms. So maybe some tips also for you to pay attention to. And then finally, the linguistic versions or the translations. So after the BPC has adopted the opinion, we will very quickly ask for draft translations. Then all this will go to the standing committee that the Commission is managing, and after that, the final translations will need to be provided. So the advice is use all that time before we even request to ensure you have good translations, because otherwise the deadlines are quite strict. Very good. I think this was all about learnings and recommendations so far. So coming up, what do we see happening in union authorization? First of all, renewals. I think we've been talking about renewals earlier this morning, although we were talking about active substances, but it's the same for union authorizations. After 10 years, we already see the first renewals in the horizon, also taking into account that the application for renewal needs to be submitted 1.5 years before the expiry date. So they are coming closer. And for this, we have already prepared, and everyone can find this documentation in our website. So we have a working procedure in place to deal with these renewals. We have guidelines for applicants on how to go about it. We also have criteria for evaluating competent authorities to decide whether to go for a full or not evaluation, because there is that decision point that they need to do. And also a procedure on how to do the linguistic review of the SPCs on renewal. So renewals, something is coming soon. Similar conditions of use. As I was saying, this is one of the central elements of union authorization. So it allows to be placed on the market, provided that similar conditions of use in all the member states. Looking at the experience gained with the implementation of this during the past years, the European Commission is actually finalizing a guidance on this, being a bit more precise on what needs to be justified by applicants on other similar conditions or use or not. And we are actually working with them to prepare a template that we will be asking then applicants to fill in before submitting the applications. At the same time, we are also seeing how to make this process of the pre-submission more simpler or more streamlined to get this consultation from all the member states on whether there are similar conditions of use or not. Guidance, some of these were mentioned by Claudio already this morning. The in situ, that which just recently published, the human health, the review of the human health guidance is in progress. You have there some additional information. And also we are working on the guidance on resistance to biocidal active substances and products. There is already the meeting of the partner expert group took place, and it will be published end of this year. So this for this year, a bit more longer term, we are also looking at reviewing the guidance for technical equivalence, the one for environment to put it up to speed. Disinfection by products was mentioned by Claudio also this morning. And we are also working on a guidance, practical guide on substances of concern. So to put all the scientific and technical aspects of substances of concern, how to assess them in one document, which I think is demanded for. Coming up also is the review of some Commission regulations. Klaus mentioned these ones, I think Roberto as well, regarding the implementation. So I wouldn't go into details, but the changes of the authorizations is in the pipeline to streamline procedures, mainly about how changes and renewals play a role there, and reviewing the list of changes. Biocidal products with the aim of reinforcing the link with the reference product, and the ECA fees, as it was mentioned this morning, to adjust to inflation. So I'm already at the point of my concluding remarks. And yeah, as a summary, and I think this was nice to see that this was covered also in Klaus' presentation this morning, that close cooperation among all players is essential here. And here we are talking between applicant, the evaluating competent authority, the member states represented in the BPC, ECA, and the Commission. As I said, good quality of the dossier at submission point is critical, as the process is not designed to be improving the dossier. Otherwise, this will lead to delays or worse, to surprises or non-authorizations. Investing in good SPCs, it will also pay off. And also for same biocidal products, make sure that the difference with they reflect actually the product themselves and what are the difference with the reference product, and that the letter of access are addressed to the right points. Consider the timelines and options to provide data. I mentioned some of them that might happen at the evaluation and the validation, and keep an eye on those requests. And maybe as an overall summary, I think we can fairly say that the union authorization process is progressing. I could even say that it's reaching some level of maturity after these 10 years. And we see this with the applications for the related process changes, SBPs increasing, the renewals that are approaching, but there is still no doubt the need to focus on efficiency and in the efficiency and pay attention to the backlog that we are creating. So with this, leave you. I'm happy to receive any questions during the panel. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Javier. Very nice overview. And again, good that there is some advice as well of how we can improve still further, even though already this process is in pretty good shape. Again, in this panel as well, like in the morning, we will now also go to hear about the member states' perspective on the product authorizations. And we have Hélène Gerty here, who is the coordinator for EU product dossiers at the Belgian National Authority. So Hélène, welcome, and please go ahead.
Thank you and good afternoon to you all. Thanks very much to ECHA colleagues for having me here today. So I will make a presentation about our experience as competent authority for product authorizations. I will briefly introduce the Belgian competent authorities in case you are not familiar with us. I will then explain what challenges we are facing and what solutions we are trying to put in place to tackle them. And then I will give a bit more focused insight on union authorization and on renewal applications. So the Belgian competent authorities are based in Brussels. We are an office of 50 people in total. And this goes from team managers, but also financial, legal aspects, project management, communication, and also as well, of course, dossier managers and experts. So it's really everyone in the same office. And also one thing that is interesting to know about the Belgian competent authorities is that we still have quite an advanced workflow for national procedures, so product placed on the market under traditional measures. And as we spoke about this morning, since the review program is not finished yet, we believe it's important to maintain that to have a clear picture of what's put on the market. If you are interested in the Belgian market, we have an interactive annual report that you can consult. There is a link in the presentation, so please feel free to go there and look what's in the market in Belgium. Then for the challenges. So as we all know, the biocidal product can be very complex. So first on the technical side, because products have many uses, there is many ways to formulate a biocidal product. And also on the procedural side, because there are many procedures for products which are quite complex with different timelines, which are also tight. So first, complexity is, of course, the first challenge. Then we have many actors involved as well that can lead to long and complicated discussion. It's a strength, but it's also sometimes difficult to find agreements. And then after more than 10 years, we still encounter new issues. So this is also challenging. And of course, when we encounter a new issue, we need to develop guidances or procedures or documents. And this constant evolving of documents is also complicated for all parties involved. So this picture is a very simplified picture of how we are organized in Belgium. And why I'm showing you this is because I want to focus on the fact we have put in place scientific coordinators. So we have the dossier manager, of course, and the experts for each area. And in the middle, we have scientific coordinators who are in very close contact with the persons who are in the EU meetings, so in the CG, in the CA, in the BPC. And they are exchanges daily on what's happening in the meetings and what agreements are taken. And these coordinators can then make sure all information is properly disseminated to their teams. They can also organize team meetings together to make sure the experts or the dossier managers can ask questions, present issues they have encountered, and make sure there is a significant exchange between people. One other thing that we have put in place for products is a systematic organization of pre-submission meetings. So we have seen that it really improves the quality of dossiers at submission. And it really also improves the understanding of expectation from both sides. So from our side, we better understand what the applicant would like to place on the market. We can better foresee how the evaluation will be. And the applicant can have better knowledge on what to expect during the evaluation. Of course, this also has some limitations, so we cannot take strategic decisions on behalf of applicants. We can only give advice based on what's presented the day of the meeting, and we cannot anticipate, of course, the outcome of the assessment. And last but not least, the responsibility of the good and complete quality dossier is remaining with the applicant, of course. About the evaluation phase, so for a typical case of first authorization, as you know, the timing is 1 year plus 6 months off the clock. But we have found that it's just not manageable nor efficient to just let that time be. So we have put some internal system to divide that time and to try to make sure we stick to it. So as you can see, it's quite simple. It's divided in steps of more or less 3 months each. At the end of the first 2 assessment periods, we try to organize internal meetings with the team working on the dossier to make sure we have a clear picture of what's going on, to make sure we have identified if there is still critical issues. And this also allows experts to talk with each other and to check if they are doing something that might impact the others. So if the efficacy application has changed, of course they need to talk with the environment and tox expert to make sure they are aware. So this is really to make sure everyone is on the same line. And at the end of the evaluation, the experts hand over everything to the dossier manager, and they have a remaining time to finalize the documents. And also very important to make sure we still have enough time to have 30 days of commenting with the applicants. So this time is kept free at the end to be sure we have time for that. Then about the planning, which is also a very important aspect to make sure we keep up with the timings. So we have a yearly planning that is based on our resources. We request applicants to contact us in advance via help desk to check whether we can accept to be ECA. We also have tried as much as possible to limit the number of union applications we accept per year. As for the opinion forming phase, to our point of view, this triggers a bit more resources, so we try not to take too much per year to be sure we have enough resources. What we have started to do as well is every year include already the renewal cases to the planning before accepting new applications to make sure we know exactly where we stand. And of course, our resources for product dossier is dependent on what we have on the active substance side. So it's really a global planning for the year. In terms of planning, we have a few challenges. So the approval date of the active substance is not always that predictable. Sometimes it's delayed, so it creates unpredictability for the applicants, but also for us as well. And we also see changes of schedules from the applicant, which is really understandable because we know that sometimes applicants struggle to find laboratories, for example, and they have to, they need more time to perform studies. So our planning changes a lot, but we try to stick to it as much as we can. Now we switch to union authorization, a bit more focused insights. So on the screen, you can see the applications we have accepted as ECA for each year. In the blue, you have national, simplified, and renewals as a reference member states. And in the green, you have union. So you can see directly what I was saying just before, that union, we try to keep it to a certain amount per year. For union authorization, one thing we have noticed is that issues need to be identified really early. Because especially if we need to go for an early working group discussion. So for example, we have to apply a new scenario for environment that is not yet in the ESD. Then we need to validate that through the working group, and this really takes time to plan. So we need to prepare the documents, we need to pick a working group to go for discussion, and we need also to revise the assessment afterwards according to the working group conclusion. So this is very important that we identify this very early in the process of evaluation. And we also have put something in place for unions specifically. At the end of the evaluation, we perform some kind of internal accordance check. So we take up the templates from ECHA for the accordance check, and we just go through it ourselves to see if the dossier is fit for opinion forming phase, and to be sure it's of good quality before peer review. So about the opinion forming phase, like I said before, to us it's a bit more additional resources to engage in the working group discussions, in the BPC discussion, but at the same time, it's also a really great opportunity for exchanges in the meetings. And we have seen also recently, I think, in the EU meetings that harmonization between the cases becomes more and more important, because we have more and more products that went through the peer review. So we can see it's rightfully often scrutinized by the BBC and by the Commission as a recipient of the opinion. So it's quite important to keep in mind that we need to take consistent decision over time. And in case it's not, it may lead to the Commission sending back the opinion to the BPC, which can be very long and complex. So that's an important point to bear in mind. And now I will switch to another topic, which is renewals. So for national applications, we already had quite a few cases on our hands since 2021, but we can see it's something that is really increasing rapidly. Currently, the share of renewals we have is between 30% and 50% of our workload as reference member states, which is already quite significant, I think. And it's increasing inevitably, of course. And for some years, we can already see that the workload will be 100% renewal, which is, of course, not manageable. We will have to see how to also take up new applications, of course, but this will be a challenge. And we would think that for renewals, it's easier than for first application, because you don't need to review everything. But maybe it will be true in the future. But right now, the first renewal we have had were full evaluation. We had, for example, endocrine disruptors for co-formulants were not assessed for the first authorization. We also had to apply new guidances in the renewal. So, for example, for PT19, efficacy was completely reviewed, and you can see that if you review efficacy completely, you may need also to review environment and human health assessment. So these renewals were a significant amount of work still. And one other aspect about renewals that is triggering some challenges is the really high complexity of the procedures in the BPR that created complex links between the authorization. So you have basic mutual recognition, I would say, but you have also a very high variety of other situations. So mutual recognition from mutual recognition, same biocidal products that are not directly linked to the reference products. And you also have changes in same biocidal products that are not made in the reference product, or changes that are not made for all concerned member states. And so to show you very concretely how it looks, if you are not familiar with this, this is a screenshot from R4BP3, from the relation diagram, more precisely. And basically, all rectangle you see is a case, so request to place a product on the market. And all round is an asset, so a product placed on the market. So this really huge diagram you see is just coming up from one request at the top. And you can see how challenging it can be for us and also for the industry to figure out what are the links in that. So it creates also challenges in terms of workload, of course, and it's also triggering technical difficulties because application in R4BP3, when you want to group your renewals with that kind of scheme, it's a bit complicated. So we have a few advices for applicants in that respect. So the first one is to complete the supporting document very thoroughly, because without these documents, we cannot figure out what needs to be renewed together or what can be. The second one is to respect the principle of same biocidal products, and then also to avoid changes that are only applicable to one market area to make sure we can properly renew linked application together. And the last specific topic I will tackle is the families. So in the graph, you can see a representation of what the workload looks like if you compare what dossier we have accepted compared to what it looks like if you count all the products in families. Maybe you've noticed 2023 is not on the graph. It's because we have huge families and the graph was not possible to show that. But in principle, we try to avoid getting huge families or to advise applicants to look at their families to make sure they are not too big. And we also try to not take up too many families compared to the overall workload. And one important thing that happens more frequently, I would say, is that some families need to be split. So as you know, if the family is not compliant with the BPF concepts, we have to split the case, and this leads to additional costs and timing to place the remainder of the family on the market. So it's very important to carefully check the compliance of the family with the guidance note before the submission. And we also have experienced need for split of families during the evaluation, unfortunately, because the risk was identified during the evaluation. And the risk similarity was not met anymore. So this is very important to keep in mind. And it's also true when Article 19.5 decisions are taken because the risk is no longer similar. So this has happened in very recent cases. So to keep in mind about this possibility to split families. And with that, I'm already at the conclusion. So this, I think, summarizes a bit everything that I've said. Our main focus is always the high level of protection for health and environment, of course. And I see more and more now that we need to try and find balance because we have limitations in resources, we have timings to keep up with, and we have to set priorities. So, and we can see, especially for the products, that sometimes the discussion can go in very much details. So I think it's important that we ask ourselves what we are discussing about. Is it crucial, and are we achieving high level of protection for health and environment with this kind of issues? So yeah, that's it for my side. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Hélène. I think it is clear that we are in a good place, you could say, on authorizations, but the question is, can we keep up also in the future the issue of the product families and the complexity of that, but also, as you highlighted, when we get more and more renewals in, and at the same time we want to take on board new applications as well, how can this be sustainable in the future? So this is certainly food for thought, I would say. And with that, we go to the last speaker in this panel, which is Isabelle de Moment. Isabelle is Regulatory Product Stewardship and CSR Director, quite a lot of topics. Yeah. And Isabelle will be talking about the industry experience on product authorizations. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Sorry. This one. I will explain what do we do in Quercia, very quick. I will explain what we have to keep in mind facing the intensification of food safety societal challenges. I will try to explain you what I have in mind concerning the BPR key success factors we implemented in our company. I will take some time to speak about innovation because it's my favorite topic. And I had the chance to I've been invited in 2018 for the same exercise. And I found back my slides of 2018 and I will compare what I said in 2018 and what I can say today, 7 years after. And I will make a conclusion around CSR because, yes, it's right, I have a new responsibility since some years with the sustainability of the product portfolio of the company. And this is quite difficult sometimes to see the opportunity with BPR. So just 2 words to explain what we are doing. So it's very simple. We are manufacturing cleaning and disinfectant product, also some other product like complementary feed for animals, so another complete different regulation. And we also have some solution for water treatment. So that means that we have different kind of customers organized by business unit. It can be from farm to fork, so farmers, we have food industry, we have restaurant, and we have also some agencies like healthcare and pest control. So that means that we are in PT 1 to 5 mainly, but also PT 11 and PT 18. Just some words, all those applications are different with different challenges. And as regulatory department, I organize the experts by application. So the one who are managing the biocidal dossier are dedicated to each business unit because, as it has been said since this morning, there are many, many different applications even in PT 1 to 5. And this is very important to have the right expertise. And maybe one of the recommendation and one discussion around the expertise maybe of member state also by PT and by application could be for the future something we have to go more in depth. So we have to face different challenges. Some challenges are coming from the society. We know that with the climate change, +1 degree will mean +12% Salmonella disease incidence. So we know that the population will grow. We know that we will have new sanitary crises. We are in full sanitary crisis for animals at this time in Europe. And we will have more potential more deaths for food contamination. As Quercia, so the figures are wrong now. It's a little more because we changed a little last week, but it's around 7,000 million euro now of turnover and 3,000 companies. So we are not anymore a small company, small middle-sized company, but there is no legal context for us, and we are not also a big company. We had internally to face different challenges. So we have customers which have increased their concern concerning food safety those last year. So it can be an opportunity for us. But they have also in parallel strong expectations concerning safer product. We have a growing of need for traceability based on the different regulations, but also based on the expectation of our customers, and we need to digitalize the offer. So the key success we implemented those last 32 years, because I have the chance to be on the BPR area since 32 years now, and I take this regulation at the beginning. So first, this was very important to be very active as stakeholders. because it gives really a clear right to win. We have contact, we have a clear possibility to discuss and to contribute with the authorities, and also to be informed in advance of the new potential societal challenges. The second very important step in our model is to transform something, and I think this morning it was clear, it is VUCA, so volatile, uncertain, complex and ambiguous, this regulation and this area. And my role as regulatory director is to transform all those information I have in something clear, which can be used by the different departments inside the company. And this is not so easy. Then I am considering that we are BPR pioneer. So at the beginning, it was normal that the things are moving because it was new, etc. But we will see that it's still moving. We were present at the level of the active substance. It was an opportunity for us to understand the process, but it was complex. And we have a specific, what I will call group DNA, which is to consider regulatory as an opportunities for the business, and that all the experts are trained to be also change makers, and I have the chance to have around me a lot of committed employees who want to find solutions. So at the end, we have a BPR portfolio. We had the strategy to support a large portfolio with 30 different active substances in the portfolio, 7 that we are supported directly, and 4 are under renewal. And it was some surprise that the renewal is in fact a new dossier. I didn't plan a lot of budget for the renewal, and I made a mistake because now it's like a new dossier. We have more than 200 different biocidal formulations, and a third still waiting for approval of the active substance, because, as you know, there is some delays. So our innovation, I want to take time to speak about it. Our innovation is based on action around the current portfolio. So we need to maintain the current portfolio, and to be honest, we need to reformulate each product that we have to support according to BPR, because none of the past formulation are correct for BPR. Then we have to anticipate the expectation of our customers. They want some safer products, they want green solutions, and for the same performance. And so we have to transform this portfolio to achieve this target. And then only the third part is considered as fully new product. And the R&D department, the marketing department have to follow those 3 topics when we need really to focus normally on the third one. So what happens? So in the past, we have been obliged to reformulate the product based on the active substance which has been approved during the past 10 years. And we hope that the conclusion of the renewal of those active substances won't oblige us to reformulate once again those products, because it was still complex. Actually, currently, we have to reformulate products for which evaluation of the active substance is near to finalization. We need to anticipate. It has been requested. You have to anticipate. But how much do we have to anticipate? What are our capacity of anticipation based on the information we have that the active substance will be approved? We have to trust the suppliers, and they don't always communicate the exact situation. And only when we get the SPC, we are sure about what is inside. And then in the future, we will have to reformulate the products for which we don't know anything about the active substance approval. And the question mark inside our company is, do we have to invest now I say, we have to anticipate, but they say, yes, but are you sure this active substance will be approved? Concerning the second part, so during the past 3 years, we have to transform the portfolio to become more sustainable. We have currently some question mark around some new regulation around organic farming, which is a topic for us. So you know that this regulation, there is an appendix which is empty at this time, and we are waiting for the rules for the product, for the cleaning and disinfectant product. We cannot reformulate now without having the rules. Concerning the last part, in the past it was a process around 2 years to get a new product, a new disinfectant. At this time it is minimum 5 years between the phase where we have an idea and the phase where we can have maybe an answer concerning the authorization. And for those two different steps, we are waiting for alternative substance, active substance approval. And we don't have them. We see this morning that not a lot, few active substance new active substance have been approved those last years. Why? I think maybe that those active substances are not correct. The constraint of the BPR are maybe not adapted to what the society is expected as new active substance. And this is something we have to discuss. So as I said, I had the chance to get back my slides of 2018. So I will try to make the exercise to compare. So in 2018, I said, okay, union approval, unique European biocidal communication, a better planifications and mutual recognition. It will save resources and it will save money. So today I have no, so we understand this morning that the delay was not respected. So longer delays in active substance approval and product evaluations than expected. But still, in my case, a big advantage post-product authorization for union approval because it's possible to manage the European update of all the documentation at the same time when we get an approval. So it's positive. So no saving of money, mainly because my union approval was also a family. With old concept. So here on this point, we face some difficulty with the first family concept, and we have been obliged to find a new solution. But still having a saving on this part on internal resources. I will explain why, but there is still, on our case, a decrease. If I compare, like Belgium authorities made the number of dossiers and the number of products inside the dossier, in our case, it is an advantage still to request for union authorization. I said in 2018 that there is expected limitation and maybe it will be longer than national approval. And I said, good surprise, is it normal? And I will say bad surprise. For the first union authorization, we had the chance to be one of the first. I clearly miss the point that if a substance will be considered in the future as an endocrine disruptor, I will have to resubmit my union dossier as national dossier in each member state. It was not, I didn't read clearly the regulation, so it was a bad surprise. We have a lack of visibility regarding the progress of the dossier under evaluation. So for us, it's a problem because we have no possible planification of people, of resources, of timeline to manage the dossier. So that's a longer process as expected. So it's clearly a disadvantage for innovation. but still the peer review process can be seen as an advantage because it permits, according to me, to align all member states and not to have those diverging positions of the process of mutual recognition. I say that concerning the management of the union approval, I understood submission, evaluation phase, that there will be working group discussion with some surprise. That's SPC translation within 5 days is a nightmare, and that national approval versus union are different. I will say that we face a lack of resources within authorities, of course, as described by some authorities, and this favors their appetite for national authorization versus union authorization, which complexify, in our case, our initial plan, because we face a lot of difficulties to find ECA those last year to accept our union dossier. We still have a lot of surprise during the evaluation and during the peer review. And I will insist, someone said this morning that ECA have to be proud of their evaluation and have to defend their evaluation in front of the other member state, and I will insist on that point. We clearly decided to choose ECA with a high level of expertise in BPR based on their previous experience. And we faced sometimes some difficulties during the peer review with some representative of our ECA limit to cry because of the position of the other member state during this phase. So I think there is some well-being also which has to be implemented around this phase. SPC translation is still a nightmare, and the last version within Euclid has created a lot of difficulty to my team, but we hear that it will improve. And as our group acquired 15 new companies those last year, I am now in the situation, having chosen a strategy of union, being obliged to manage both union and mutual recognition, because the company we acquire have chosen a different strategy. So I have both in my bucket. So what about next dossier? We say UA and family will be our strategy, and we understood that it will be UA without UK in 2018. So since that date, we had bad surprise with the new family concept. I always speak about that. We are anxious at this time about what will happen, because I remember that one of the big advantage of UA was to have the possibility, UA plus family, to have the possibility to include new trade name, to include new application, to include new version of the formulation, but seems the same. And this is now maybe more difficult to imagine to include those changes in the family and in the UA dossier. UK, so UK, we have resubmit everything in UK. We are not there to speak about UK, but now we have different deadlines. We have some active substance which are still approved in Europe, but not in UK. We submit same dossier. We don't make again the dossier for UK, and we will make an exercise, a dossier which has been refused in the EU, and we will see if it will be refused in UK. So if I compare UA and if I try to see if I want to change of strategy now and maybe go for national and mutual recognition, my answer will be, is it relevant, national and mutual recognition? In our case, no. because we have a clear strategy to be present in all Europe. We have customer big key accounts present in all European countries, and we don't want to formulate a different product depending of the position of different countries. They don't want different products. They are present in different countries, our customers, and they want exactly the same if you are in France or if they are in Greece. We have now the experience of national and mutual recognition dossier coming from our acquisition, and I can say that it is also very long and very difficult. So for me, there is no difference between both procedure. Is it relevant versus the internal resources I have? I decided to have a low level of internal resources for biocidal regulation and a big network of consultancy, very expert around me. And but my experts, they are doing all. I have no one in charge of the administrative part of biocidal dossier, which can copy in different countries. So still the answer is no. I still prefer UA, and they manage all at the same time. Is it relevant versus the result of the evaluation? I would say yes or no. We conclude all together that there is a lack of harmonization between member states. This is clear. It can be an advantage. You can have an authorization in a country and not in another, so you choose the right country. Or it can be a disadvantage. In Garcia, and as I am on my side, I prefer to know what will happen in the future. So I prefer to have all the questions at the beginning and to solve them at the same time. And my last slide is the link to CSR. Yes, it's surprising, but the CEO of our group requested me in 2018 to continue my career thinking about sustainability. And I implement a program called Named Act for a Positive Impact. So it's very simple. It's around safe for the environment, planet, safe for final users and consumers, and longer shelf life and efficient at the right dosage. And my question is, for the conclusion, does BPR contribute to our sustainability program today? Yes, because that's the target of the regulation, to have product safer for people, safer for the animals, and without risk for the environment. But I cannot communicate on that. It is forbidden. So I have difficulty to put this as an advantage. And also, as I explained, we expected to have alternative active substance, and the poor number of new active substance and the difficulty for maybe potential new active substance or new solution is different from the constraint of the BPR. Same for safe for final users. Yes, BPR biocidal products are safe because at the end, the evaluation concluded that there is no risk for human, people, animals, environment in the use I want to make, but I cannot communicate. And longer shelf life, yes. We have stability tests. We can demonstrate efficacy for the final users. And the idea is to decrease at the maximum the use of those products, because we hear this morning the confirmation that it is biocide, so dangerous because it kills live organisms. So we need to get the optimal concentration of disinfectant when we use them. All my customers are very different applications on the field. With different temperature, different concentration, etc. I am not able, of course, to include all those applications in the dossier, so I make worst case, and I get an authorization with the worst case concentration based on the hard efficacy test I have to pass. my customers, when they implement the disinfectants, they have the possibility to decrease maybe the concentration without risk, but they cannot do it when they are audit. When they have an audit, they have to respect the SPC. So for the future discussion, I think we should have also those discussion how we can go further with sustainability and with BPR. Circularity, so that's a reuse. It is also something we have to maybe discuss for the future. Is it possible or not to reuse the disinfectant in order to decrease the quantity we place on the market? And how can we implement in those current complex dossiers those new criteria for sustainability? Thank you.
Thank you, Isabelle. I think you made a very balanced presentation on your industry experiences, and it's clearly like, yeah, it's you know, there are clear advantages, but also certainly challenges. And I particularly liked how you could compare what your expectations were in 2018 versus where we are now. So that was very relevant. We open now the Q&A session for the panel, and this will be chaired by Javier. So Javier, go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. But before we start, I'd like to welcome two additional members of the panel. So, yes, we have Ligia Niculici. Welcome, Ligia. Works at the European Commission at the unit dealing with biocides. Worked there since 2017, I think. And actually, before that, among other places, you were also here in ECA. So, welcome back to ECA. And then, yeah, we also have Elodie Gassel, which is the Senior Scientific Regulatory Affairs Manager at ICE, which is the European Association of Cleaning and Maintenance Products, correct? Yes. So I suggest we do a similar organization like we did in the first panel session. We can start where I will throw you a question, and then in the meanwhile, we start gathering them people that have questions first here on site and otherwise then through Slido. But to start with, and maybe again, I can start with those that didn't speak. So maybe with you, Ligia, what would you say are the most significant successes on union authorization during these 10 years, and maybe the challenges as well?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Javier. And good afternoon to you all. So indeed, so 10 years of union authorization, indeed. So that's quite something. It's So indeed, the BPR offered this opportunity to companies to reach the EU market, the whole EU market, following the submission of a single application. But also, I would like to highlight other two elements that were highlighted in the presentations of the previous speakers. And one of these is the concept of biocidal product family, which was introduced by the BPR, and also the possibility for companies to seek authorization for same biocidal products. And what we saw is that companies really use these three tools together. So union authorizations, biocidal product family, and same BP authorization. And the use of these three tools really provides a lot of flexibility to companies as to how they build the application, as to what is the extent of the market that they want to reach. But of course, in real life, and here I would like to open a parenthesis, I read a very nice sentence just the other day in a completely different context, and the author was defining real life, the messy, glorious, and complex real life. So yes, in this messy, glorious, and complex real life, reconciling all this flexibility, which is allowed by the use of the three instruments, with workability and manageability of the applications themselves and also of the whole system, proved to be a real challenge. So coming to the successes of this procedure. So yes, there have been successes for sure. So first of all, we have the harmonization that was reached for products which are subject to this procedure. So we can say that from this point of view, the union authorization reached the objective it was conceived for. Also, we could speak of a reduction of administrative burden for companies. I mean, we all know that the same result could be reached by a national authorization and mutual recognition in parallel. Well, the advantage of the union authorization is the submission of one single application, and not only. Once the authorization is granted, companies have instant access to the whole EU market, while via the mutual recognition, as we know that there are these delays that affect all the procedures under the BPR, this would not be the case. So they would not reach the market in the same moment. And we have noticed that this possibility is appealing to companies. And so far, around 210 companies submitted applications for a union authorization. Around 12% of these are SMEs. So it's also an interesting, maybe less interesting for SMEs rather than big companies. And as I said, I mean, it's very important to consider these three instruments together: union authorization, families, same BPs. And around, we noticed that between 60 and 70% of the applications submitted concern families. And more than half of the applications are applications for same BP authorization. So all in all, yes, we can say that union authorization proves appealing, interesting to companies, but also maybe one thing that we have noticed that in some instances, companies will use this concept, will stretch, let's say, this concept. And in some instances, the union authorization seems to be devoid of its initial purpose. And here I refer, for instance, at companies creating consortia. They apply for the authorization of a big family, and afterwards, each of the companies would seek national authorization of a small part of the family. So maybe this was not really the intention behind the union authorization concept. However, it is understandable that companies will use, at the largest extent possible, all the instruments that they have at their disposition. And on the challenges, I might maybe come back later. Maybe let's hear maybe the successes also from the other speakers.
Yes, thank you very much, Licia, for, lots of ideas indeed that you threw out there. But yeah, if I move now to with Elodie, so industry association point of view, how do you see these first 10 years of union authorization challenges?
Thank you. So good afternoon to all, and thanks to ECA for inviting me to take part in this panel. In fact, I would like first also to go back 10 years ago with about the, let's say, the expectations with regard to union authorization. AIZ has been always very supportive of this concept, and I mean, I think Ligia used the word promising. I mean, with regard to harmonization, so for companies, whilst reducing also the administrative work, also for all parties. I mean, I wanted also to mention companies building their strategy and their business plan using the combination union authorizations and biocidal product and biocidal product family. We know that many companies built really their market strategy on that. And the current situation in our view is that, I mean, we understand indeed the need to make the process more efficient, but all rules have been changed or are changing. I mean, you mentioned this morning you mentioned earlier the union authorization process for similar condition of use. I mean, that puts more burden now on the applicant. In our view, some changing rules with regard to same biocidal product. The biocidal product family concept has been revised also a few years ago. It was mentioned the ECA fees are being increased by almost 20%. The difficulty to find an evaluating competent authority, so I don't want to sound too negative, but I think all those elements may lead in the fact that the union authorization is less appealing to companies in the future, especially for SMEs. So in a more positive note, I think, I mean, and we heard from from Isabel. So, I mean, she still prefers union versus national authorization and mutual recognition. So, I mean, there is a clear benefit with regard to harmonization. With regard to the, let's say, the challenges, I think maybe also I will give the floor to the others, but I mean, we have a list of challenges as well that we want to share later in the discussion.
Yep, thank you very much for all these thoughts. So yeah, I suggest we complete the round. Maybe you already covered in your presentation, Helen, some of the challenges or successes, but yeah, anything else you want to add?
Yeah, thank you. So directly, maybe reacting to Elodie's speech, I think we can see union authorization is still quite appealing for applicants because we receive a lot of requests to apply for union. So this is definitely still there. And also maybe some positive insight that is a bit more specific to what it brings to authorities. So part of the union application process, we have the opinion forming. And I think we have seen a very high number of opinions adopted for union authorization. So this is already a very good success according to us. And in this process, authorities also benefit a lot from the discussions that happen in the working group and in the BPC. We also touched upon about this discussion a bit this morning in the active substance session, because authorities also have a struggle to find good expertise. It's not that easy to find people with a training on biocides directly. So working group discussion and BPC discussion are very useful in that respect, also for learning for our people. And I think we can also see very concretely already the results of that, because for union authorization products, we have had already a very high number of products very similar. For example, disinfectants, we have had a lot already in the BPC. And from the first cases we have seen and the cases we are seeing now, we can really see the difference. The number of comments that are made before the working group, the number of open issues that still remain at the BBC level are really lower than for the first cases. So we really see that we are all learning from the cases discussed in the BPC and the working group. And I think this is also a very positive outcome.
Yes, thank you very much for that. And indeed, this is a good way of thinking about the learning option with the union authorization. Yeah, Isabel, I think you covered quite some of the challenges, but yeah, maybe something else you want to say about challenges or successes as well.
No, I think to complete, yes, at the beginning we submit, even if it was our own family, and we submit very large family based on the first concept, and we worked on the first concept all together. And we admit at the end that maybe the first concept was too large, and we understood very quickly that it was difficult for the authorities to manage such big dossier, and also for us to answer the questions after. So I think, yes, I agree that we transform the dossier years after years, and now we submit a dossier with family which are little family with similar products. It's easier for the authorities, it's easier for us. So I think we will, as I explained, we will continue in that process, and we like the peer review process when it is fair and when the different member states can learn all together around the new dossier. We just want that the things are not transformed in battles between member states during the peer review process, and I think we will improve on that point in the next years.
Yes, thank you very much. This also brings me to some of the points I was making on collaboration between all the parties. And yeah, and regarding about the family concept, it needs to be manageable, and that's one of the reasons to avoid that. Yeah, we get stuck into the process with unmanageable families. Yeah, after this first round, I'm wondering, is there anybody here in the room that wishes to ask any question? Yes? No? Yes. Just please take one of the microphones. Remember to briefly say who you are, where do you come from, and then your question. Thanks.
Yes, my name is Gunnar Kleis from Dr. Brill Regulatory Services. I've got a question to Elaine in this connection of the previous question. When we are talking about union authorizations, which are mainly based on the old concept as far as biocidal product families are concerned, what does it mean for the renewal process of these families? How do you treat this issue? Do they need to fit to the new concept when you are going to renew the authorizations?
Thank you for your question. Yes, Ellen.
Thank you. So you meant for the biocidal product family that are not fitting anymore with the renewal concept. Yes, I think this is important to consider. Does the family needs to be split for the renewal, because some families that were designed in the beginning were really huge and they are not manageable. So I would say yes, for the renewal, it would be nice to have families that fit the concept. And of course, I cannot speak for all the processes because unions are handled more by HECA, and for national applications, member states can also take decisions. So I do not want to engage for every processes. Maybe for union, I would let HECA shed a bit more light on that.
For union authorization, is indeed the same line. So when we receive it, we expect that then the procedures that apply at that point in time, including guidance, and in this case, including the definition of the family, that then are complied with. And if that means splitting the family, well, then this is what needs to happen. Indeed, we will not perpetuate these things just because they happen in the past. Yes, thanks for the question. I think someone else standing. Yes, please.
Thank you for the floor. I forgot to introduce myself this morning. Peter van Kampen from the Dutch government. I have a question for Ms. Dumont. In reaction to what Elodie already said, the burden that is placed on the applicant to prove similar conditions of use as is the plan for the Commission. Can you tell something about your view on it, and certainly in within the scope of innovation?
We have two experiences. We have a dossier which has been submitted many years ago as a family and with maybe too many products inside the dossier, so which is under final evaluation, and we were obliged to re-implement a lot of tests to demonstrate that it was similar application. Efficacy test mainly, but we were obliged to test the product in different situations to demonstrate it can be considered as similar applications. For new dossier, we try to separate clearly as in coherency with the new concept the application. We have more discussion now, I think, around borderline application. Sometimes we don't know exactly with the new concept where we can include them, and it can come to a conclusion that we will decide not to support them because it's too complex. It means a new dossier. I have in mind PT5.
which cannot be grouped with PT1 to 4 easily, or not at all. So for those dossiers, if it it seems too complex, it can come to a conclusion that we won't support because the investment is too risky, and that the innovation will be difficult in that application.
Thanks for that. Any other question from the room? Yes, gentleman there. Remember to say your name, where you come from, and then your question. Thanks.
Hello, Jimmy Borach from Knoll Consulting. Thank you very much for organizing this. Thank you to all the speakers. What I wanted to ask is one specific thing. One of your recommendations that you gave us was to prepare good translations of the SPCs. But as Isabel, thank you very much for pointing it out as well. You give us very little time. Now it's not 5 days anymore, it's 2 weeks, but still, especially for large companies that have difficult procedures for procurement, it is difficult within 2 weeks to commission a translator to translate something into 27 languages. Could you give us an example how we can improve these translations so that they would be accepted within such a short time limit? Thank you.
Yes, thanks for the question. And yes, well, the timelines might be tight, but it's also what is written in the law. So what we are suggesting is to take also all the time you need before and after the adoption of the BPC opinion to start working on those translations. So indeed, we will ask for the draft translation after the BPC opinion, and then the final translations will be requested after the case has been discussed in the standing committee. There is some time, it's not 2 weeks, it's more. We are talking about a few months, and you can use that time already to start working on improved quality of the translations for the final one. I see you, maybe you want to do a question. Yeah.
Maybe we have to explain what happens in the industry. In fact, yes, I agree that we can anticipate during the phase of discussion before the BPC, and that after the BPC, just some corrections which are included. But in fact, for us, it is very difficult to manage to correct something which has been translated with all the different little corrections. So for you think it's a minor correction and we can anticipate, but in fact, in the reality, it's too difficult, and we have interest to wait for the final version before requesting the translation. It's really too difficult for us. I hope that artificial intelligence will support us in the future, but I'm not sure to have all well understood on that topic.
So Isabel covered what I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. There is actually I think the number one question in the slide was also about the topic of the translations and whether they could happen in English only. But again, this is in the regulation stated clearly, it needs to be in all the official languages. No? I don't know if you want to add anything else, Ligia.
Yes, I would want to complement. So I see, yes, indeed, I see here the reference at the Commission and their translation teams that could take care of the translation. No, this is not the case, because actually in the regulation, the applicant is supposed to provide the linguistic versions. And yes, the previous person that asked the question, so referred to the translation. So indeed, the piece of advice that Javier gave is very good. So start working on draft translations already in time, and then just modify. And as we know, yes, there is a need for all those manual corrections, but already I think at this point we have a list of all the things that are to be corrected. And I think, Javier, you referred, it was not really written in your presentation, but you mentioned it orally, that there are some well-known issues that applicants could already consider when they prepare the draft translations. And already, because we haven't yet spoken about the challenges, but indeed, this is what I was going to mention as one of the main challenges that we see at the Commission level, is really the linguistic versions of the SPCs. and mostly is the consistency between the linguistic versions. So not that much these editorial mistakes, but really the consistency. We very often receive versions, linguistic versions which still contain text in English. So please, applicants, really pay attention to your SPCs. I mean, a lack of consistency, lack of correctness will only translate into delays. So as you might have observed so far.
Yes, thanks for those additions, Lydia. Yeah, looking at the room here, is there anybody else having a question? No, brave enough to jump and come to the microphone? Because I'm, of course, very keen to give preference to questions from the room. Otherwise, we can move to some of the questions we have here. So, yes, there is the question here on how can applicants deal with non-responding member states in national authorization procedures. Several issues receiving no responses, and there are some countries mentioned here, reminders ignored. So, yeah, I don't think we have here in the panel any of these countries, but maybe, yes, Commission or Belgium, if you have any reflections on this.
Yes, maybe I can start, and maybe if Helen wants to complement. So I would say this is again linked to one other challenge that I was going to mention in the challenges part. So another challenge that we see with the union authorization is, but this is common to all the procedures under the BPR, is insufficient resources in member states. So we are all aware, I mean, this is now a public issue, and that's why certain member states do not accept to act as ECA. And I think in your slides, Javier, you showed a graph of the distribution of the applications. And so far we see that of the 27 member states, only 13 have acted or are acting as ECA. So I suppose this non-respondness of member states is probably related to the lack of resources. On our side, of course, we do not have a magical solution, but what we do repeatedly is also in our meetings with competent authorities is to remind them that communication with the applicants is really crucial. So we always encourage them to really get back to the applicants and to respond to the communications in R4BP.
Yeah, thanks for that. And I think that applies indeed for when looking for an evaluating competent authority for a union authorization. Now, I think what they are asking here is actually about national authorizations. So, and I think this is a different problem, no? And this is what I was saying. I don't know if in Belgium you have experience on this, or at least a point of view.
Thank you, Javier. Yes, indeed. I mean, the issue you pointed out, Lydia, is of course also true for national authorization when it comes to resources. Some member states have, unfortunately, very small teams and they cannot handle a very high number of cases. So I can see probably this issue is coming from there. And then again, I do not want to speak for other member states, but I can say that it's very indeed important to have clear communication. We really try to keep up with that, to have clear communication with the applicant at every stage, from the pre-submission until the authorization of the product. We acknowledge that for national authorization, maybe for some time in the process, maybe when we are in referral disagreements, it's not always easy to know exactly what's happening, where the product is going. But we really encourage applicants to ask if you have any doubt on what's going on. If we have not been clear enough about where the process is, please ask. We are always happy to give insight on how the process is going for national applications.
Yes, it's just to make a comment before we move to another topic on the difficulties for companies to find an ECA, or I mean the general issue of delays. I think those issues, I mean, it was mentioned several times today because of resources issue in member states and so on. But I think it's really important that we not only say there are some issues, but that we need to try to find durable solutions on that. And I think we have a good opportunity with the forthcoming refit, the evaluation of the BPR, and it's really important that we collectively reflect on that, so that in the forthcoming biocidal stakeholder day in the future, we can have a different discussion, I mean, and really talk about the solutions that were put in place, in my view.
Yes, thank you very much. So we still have 10 minutes for this panel. I'm saying this to remind participants here in the room, in case you have any questions, you still have 10 minutes to think about it. Otherwise, we can go with some of the questions we have here online. There is something on R4BP, which, yes, I think is something we can take for feedback on how to improve the application, but I wouldn't go more into details. Then there is an interesting question, and it feels like when issues are detected, like a family concept, mutual recognition, SVP changes, the proposed solutions is to make life easier for authorities only and more difficult for applicants. Why cannot more balanced solutions be found? And yeah, when I was reading this question, I was actually thinking, I don't think it's only to make it life easier for authorities, or put in another way, if authorities cannot do their job, then what we end up is with a situation where we have applications stuck and with a backlog that is increasing, and I don't think that's also in the interest of applicants. So I think indeed finding the balanced solution is whether there is flexibility, but there is also at the end an outcome of the process. Anything?
Yes, I would want to complement. So indeed, so all these changes, because I see here reference to the same BP, so the changes, and indeed we are now working in revising these regulations. So the main purpose is, as I mentioned, so all this flexibility that applicants have led to a system which is hardly manageable. So all the changes, even the streamlining of the concept of the BP family, and now the ongoing changes in these 3 regulations. So the aim is really to have a manageable system. So unless we have a manageable system in place, we will be faced with longer and longer delays. So let's say the solutions are not to, let's say, to make life easier only for authorities, but actually for all the actors which benefit from the system which is in place.
Very good. If someone wants to intervene, just feel free to tell me. Yes.
Maybe I will give an example. During an evaluation of union dossier for product, some member states during the peer review saw maybe an alert for the future with an ingredient, a co-formulant. As the evaluation was 5 years after the submission, we anticipate based on what I presented, and we had the alternative because it was part of our innovation to anticipate the alternative without this co-formulant. We discussed with our ACA and they agree that it will be better for us and for them to transform the formulation we submitted 5 years ago to place the alternative for the final authorization. And it will save resources in authorities, it will save resources in our case and money for everyone. And it was not possible because of the text.
Okay, thanks for the example. Reminder, anyone who wants to intervene from the audience here? No? Yes, moving on then with... yes, so there is a question actually related to delays in the union authorization evaluation because of the methodology for assessment that is not fully anticipated during the active substance approval. Meaning that the application can be complete at submission time based on the CAR of the active substance, but obsolete. How we can avoid this situation? Anybody who wants to take this? Do you understand enough to give a reply?
Yeah, maybe I can try, but I'm not sure to understand fully how the evaluation can become obsolete already when the product application is submitted. Usually, if an active substance is approved, the approval for the request for placing the product on the market comes quite quickly after approval of this substance in usual cases. So, yeah, I'm not sure to grasp the question exactly. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay, it's clear. We can then move to another one. Yes. Still nobody here in the room? No, everyone's very quiet. Hoping I'm not sleeping there behind the... So, yes, in case of late-term split in a BPA, in a product family, what does the competent authority aims to take the newly split BPF and then aim for approval in a certain time frame, or will it be a full new evaluation? So, as representative of ECA, what do you say?
I can take that one. I can take that one. Thank you, Javier. Maybe you don't know, but there is actually a CG document, a coordination group document about the split of families that explains a bit what happens in that case. But the document still leaves a bit of flexibility to the member states. So I can speak for what we want to do in Belgium for such cases. So when a family is split, yes, we agree to take on the newly split family because it makes sense. It comes from a case that we have evaluated before, so it's saving time and resources for everyone if the same ECA is taking the result of the split of the family. And then the following question was about will there be a full evaluation of that case? So basically, when the applicants resubmit the new dossier, there is no way to make it a special case. It will be a new case submitted to the authorities, so the same deadlines apply as for a regular case, the same requirements apply as well. So we cannot make it a special case, but we have assessed already what was in the first family. So we can make all efforts we can to make it quicker and to make it more efficient to place the remainder of the family on the market. But you have to keep in mind, it's a new application. So the same legal requirements apply to this application.
Yes, thank you very much, Helen. Then there is again a question about what do we do if no authority accepts application for union authorization. I think we covered this already, unless someone wants to add anything else. But what I was telling in my presentation is that in the ECA website, we have a list of all the competent authorities with contact details, information, and the procedures. So the advice is to go and talk to them. And so far, what I understand is that there is an application, a member state that will tell the application. If this still starts being not the case, of course, we are happy to hear about that and then see what could be done. Maybe I take also the next one, because regarding the SPC, it's a bit more technical question. So if you are facing a technical issue and either you are in a stressful situation or not, we have our help desk. So the advice is send your question to our help desk. We'll look at it and we will support you. This is what we always do, and this is the role of the help desk we have here in the agency. Yes? No more questions? Because otherwise we are reaching, I think, the end of the session. So I'll pass it then to Peter.
Thank you very much, Javier, and all the panelists for this interesting discussion. I think we had a very intensive and nice day with an opening by Sharon McGuinness, and then the overview also provided by Klaus Behrendt on all the progress that has been made already, and but as well the challenges that are there. I think one of our gentlemen here in the room already reminded us that if we look back 20 or 30 years, I was there around as well in the 90s, before we even had the Biocidal Products Directive at the time. So a lot has been achieved, but of course there are still challenges. I think in the first session on the active substances, it is clear that regarding the review program, there's still work to be done. We are about halfway, and we need to speed up, so that is very clear. I think on union authorizations, as we saw in this panel, we are perhaps in a bit better situation where we have a system that is working. But at the same time, there is also concerns about how can this continue to work as we get more work on major changes, minor changes, renewals, etc. How can we make this sustainable and keep this sustainable? There is a lot of solutions. We also had the session on the IT tools as well that can help to facilitate the process, to speed up. We were talking about the data, about the use of Euclid, that certainly if we get good dossiers in Euclid in the right quality, this will really help to speed up the process as well. Overall, I think there was a lot of mentioning of, yeah, well, we need resources, there's a lot of work. Clearly, that is the case for everyone, I think, whether we are talking about industry or about the authorities around the world. But let's be honest as well. You know, there's, again, no magic wand that will create a lot of new resources. So we need to improve also on how we work. And I think I've heard of many aspects here, like cooperation, trust. We need pragmatic approaches. We need regulatory alignment. We were talking about one substance, one assessment. But perhaps also there's some merit in thinking about simplification. And how can we do this better? How can we focus better? So this cooperation, trust, and pragmatism, I think, is something to take back home, to work together, to make sure that we communicate well and cooperate in a very good way. So I think this was a very positive discussion, and let's keep in mind there are the challenges, we need to work on that together, but there's also a lot of things that we have been achieving. I would like to thank very much all the speakers of today for all the contributions that you have made. So thank you again to all the speakers. But I would also like to mention all the staff here around, the ECHA support staff that have been organizing this day, that has been working very, very well, and that has been a tremendous success, I think, in terms of how smoothly this meeting has gone. So thank you very much also to all the ECHA staff. This is the end of today, but certainly not the end of the Biocide work. We will be meeting each other again in different types of forums and different types of communications and exchanges in the near future as well. There's still tomorrow, in which we have a number of opportunities to have trainings, to have demos, and also one-to-one sessions for those who are staying. But in any case, there's now the opportunity for a network reception. So I hope that everything will be ready there outside for everyone, and you will still have very nice exchanges for the rest of the day. Thank you very much for your time and presence and interactive discussions today. Thank you very much.